Section 26, Part 4, Chapter 1 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. Part 4, The Mythologies of the Old World, a Recollection of Atlantis. Chapter 1, Traditions of Atlantis. We find allusions to the Atlanteans in the most ancient traditions of many different races. The great antediluvian king of the Mussulmen was Shed-Ad Ben-Ad, or Shed-Ad, the son of Ad, or Atlantis. Among the Arabians, the first inhabitants of that country are known as the Adites, from their progenitor, who is called Ad, the grandson of Ham. These Adites were probably the people of Atlantis, or Atlantis. They are personified by a monarch to whom everything is ascribed, and to whom is assigned several centuries of life. Ancient History of the East, Lenormant and Chevalier, Volume 2, page 295. Ad came from the northeast. He married 1,000 wives, had 4,000 sons, and lived 1,200 years. His descendants multiplied considerably. After his death his sons Shadid and Shaddad reigned in succession over the Adites. In the time of the latter, the people of Ad were 1,000 tribes, each composed of several thousands of men. Great conquests are attributed to Shaddad. He subdued, it is said, all Arabia and Iraq. The migration of the Canaanites, their establishment in Syria, and the shepherd invasion of Egypt are, by many Arab writers, attributed to an expedition of Shaddad. Ibid, page 296. Shaddad built a palace ornamented with superb columns, and surrounded by a magnificent garden. It was called Irem. It was a paradise that Shaddad had built in imitation of the celestial paradise, of whose delights he had heard. Ancient History of the East, page 296. In other words, an ancient, sun-worshipping, powerful, and conquering race overran Arabia at the very dawn of history. They were the sons of Atlantis. Their king tried to create a palace and garden of Eden like that of Atlantis. The Adites are remembered by the Arabians as a great and civilized race. They are depicted as men of gigantic stature. Their strength was equal to their size, and they easily moved enormous blocks of stone. Ibid. They were architects and builders. They raised many monuments of their power, and hence among the Arabs arose the custom of calling great ruins buildings of the Adites. To this day the Arabs say, as old as Ad. In the Koran allusion is made to the edifices they built on high places for vain uses, expressions proving that their idolatry was considered to have been tainted with Sabaeism, or star worship. Ibid. In these legends, says Lenormant, we find traces of a wealthy nation, constructors of great buildings, with an advanced civilization analogous to that of Chaldea, professing a religion similar to the Babylonian; a nation, in short, with whom material progress was allied to great moral depravity and obscene rites. These facts must be true and strictly historical, for they are everywhere met with among the Cushites, as among the Canaanites, their brothers by origin. Nor is there wanting a great catastrophe which destroys the whole Adite nation, except a very few, who escape because they had renounced idolatry. A black cloud assails their country, from which proceeds a terrible hurricane, the waterspout, which sweeps away everything. The first Adites were followed by a second Adite race, probably the colonists who had escaped the deluge. The center of its power was the country of Sheba proper. This empire endured for 1,000 years. The Adites are represented upon the Egyptian monuments as very much like the Egyptians themselves. In other words, they were a red or sunburnt race. Their great temples were pyramidal, surmounted by buildings. Ancient History of the East, page 321. The Sabians, says Agarthacides, De Mare Erythro, page 102, have in their houses an incredible number of vases and utensils of all sorts, of gold and silver, beds and tripods of silver, and all the furniture of astonishing richness. Their buildings have porticos with columns sheathed with gold, or surmounted by capitals of silver. On the friezes, ornaments, and the framework of the doors, they place plates of gold encrusted with precious stones. All this reminds one of the descriptions given by the Spaniards of the temples of the sun in Peru. The Adites worshipped the gods of the Phoenicians under names but slightly changed. Their religion was especially solar. It was originally a religion without images, without idolatry, and without a priesthood. Ibid, p. 325. They worshipped the sun from the tops of pyramids. Ibid. They believed in the immortality of the soul. In all these things we see resemblances to the Atlanteans. The great Ethiopian or Cushite empire, which in the earliest ages prevailed, as Mr. Rawlinson says, from the Caucasus to the Indian Ocean, from the shores of the Mediterranean to the mouth of the Ganges, was the empire of Dionysus, the empire of Ad, the empire of Atlantis. El Idrisi called the language spoken to this day by the Arabs of Mahra, in eastern Arabia, the language of the people of Ad; and Dr. J.H. Carter, in the Bombay Journal of July 1847, says, "It is the softest and sweetest language I have ever heard." It would be interesting to compare this primitive tongue with the languages of Central America. The god Thoth of the Egyptians, who was the god of a foreign country and who invented letters, was called At-Hothes. We turn now to another ancient race, the Indo-European family, the Aryan race. In Sanskrit, Adam means first. Among the Hindus the first man was Adima, his wife was Hiva. They dwelt upon an island said to be Ceylon. They left the island and reached the mainland, when, by a great convulsion of nature, their communication with the parent land was forever cut off. See Bible in India. Here we seem to have a recollection of the destruction of Atlantis. Mr. Bryant says, Ad and Ada signify the first. The Persians called the first man Adama. Adon was one of the names of the supreme god of the Phoenicians. From it was derived the name of the Greek god Adonis. The Arvad of Genesis was the Ar-Ad of the Cushites. It is now known as Ruad. It is a series of connected cities 12 miles in length along the coast, full of the most massive and gigantic ruins. Sir William Jones gives the tradition of the Persians as to the earliest ages. He says, Moshin assures us that in the opinion of the best informed Persians, the first monarch of Iran and of the whole earth was Mashab-Ad; that he received from the Creator and promulgated among men a sacred book, in a heavenly language, to which the Mussulman author gives the Arabic title of Desatir, or Regulations. Mashab-Ad was, in the opinion of the ancient Persians, the person left at the end of the last great cycle, and consequently the father of the present world. He and his wife, having survived the former cycle, were blessed with a numerous progeny. He planted gardens, invented ornaments, forged weapons, taught men to take the fleece from sheep and make clothing. He built cities, constructed palaces, fortified towns, and introduced arts and commerce. We have already seen that the primal gods of this people are identical with the gods of the Greek mythology, and were originally kings of Atlantis. But it seems that these ancient divinities are grouped together as the Aditya, and in this name Aditya we find a strong likeness to the Semitic Adites and another reminiscence of Atlantis or Adlantis. In corroboration of this view we find: 1. The gods who are grouped together as the Aditya are the most ancient in the Hindu mythology. 2. They are all gods of light, or solar gods. Whitney's Oriental and Linguistic Studies, p. 39. 3. There are 12 of them. Ibid. 4. These 12 gods presided over 12 months in the year. 5. They are a dim recollection of a very remote past. Says Whitney, it seems as if here was an attempt on the part of the Indian religion to take a new development in a moral direction, which a change in the character and circumstances of the people has caused to fail in the midst, and fall back again into forgetfulness, while yet half finished and indistinct. Ibid. 6. These gods are called the sons of Aditi, just as in the Bible we have allusions to the sons of Ada, who were the first metallurgists and musicians. Aditi is not a goddess. She is addressed as a queen's daughter, she of fair children. 7. The Aditya are elevated above all imperfections. They do not sleep or wink. The Greeks represented their gods as equally wakeful and omniscient. Their character is all truth. They hate and punish guilt. We have seen the same traits ascribed by the Greeks to the Atlantean kings. 8. The sun is sometimes addressed as Aditya. 9. Among the Aditya is Varuna, the equivalent of Uranus, whose identification with Atlantis I have shown. In the Vedas Varuna is the god of the ocean. 10. The Aditya represent an earlier and purer form of religion. While in hymns to the other deities long life, wealth, power, are the objects commonly prayed for, of the Aditya is craved purity, forgiveness of sin, freedom from guilt, and repentance. Oriental and Linguistic Studies, p. 43. 11. The Aditya, like the Adites, are identified with the doctrine of the immortality of the soul. Yama is the god of the abode beyond the grave. In the Persian story he appears as Yima, and is made ruler of the Golden Age and founder of the Paradise. Ibid, p. 45. See Zamna, p. 167 ante. In view of all these facts, one cannot doubt that the legends of the sons of Ad, the Adites, and the Aditya all refer to Atlantis. Mr. George Smith, in the Chaldean account of the creation, p. 78, deciphered from the Babylonian tablets, shows that there was an original race of men at the beginning of the Chaldean history, a dark race, the Zalmat Quaquadi, who were called Admi or Adami. They were the race who had fallen, and were contradistinguished from the Saku or light race. The fall probably refers to their destruction by a deluge, in consequence of their moral degradation and the indignation of the gods. The name Adam is used in these legends, but as the name of a race, not of a man. Genesis chapter 5:2 distinctly says that God created man, male and female, and called their name Adam. That is to say, the people were the Adami, the people of Ad, or Atlantis. The author of the Book of Genesis, says M. Scobel, in speaking of the men who were swallowed up by the deluge, always describes them as Hadam, Adamite humanity. The race of Cain lived and multiplied far away from the land of Seth. In other words, far from the land destroyed by the deluge. Josephus, who gives us the primitive traditions of the Jews, tells us, chapter 2, page 42, that Cain traveled over many countries before he came to the land of Nod. The Bible does not tell us that the race of Cain perished in the deluge. Cain went out from the presence of Jehovah. He did not call on his name. The people that were destroyed were the sons of Jehovah. All this indicates that large colonies had been sent out by the motherland before it sunk in the sea. Across the ocean we find the people of Guatemala claiming their descent from a goddess called Atit, or grandmother, who lived for 400 years, and first taught the worship of the true God, which they afterward forgot. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 75. While the famous Mexican calendar stone shows that the sun was commonly called Tonatiuh, but when it was referred to as the god of the deluge, it was then called Atltonatiuh, or At-Onatiuh. Valentini's Mexican Calendar Stone, article Maya Archaeology, page 15. We thus find the sons of Ad at the base of all the most ancient races of men, to wit the Hebrews, the Arabians, the Chaldeans, the Hindus, the Persians, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, the Mexicans, and the Central Americans. Testimony that all these races trace their beginning back to a dimly remembered Atlantis. End of chapter 1 of part 4. Section 27, Part 1 of Chapter 2 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Part 4, The Mythologies of the Old World. A Recollection of Atlantis. Chapter 2, Part 1. The kings of Atlantis become the gods of the Greeks. Lord Bacon said, "The mythology of the Greeks, which their oldest writers did not pretend to have invented, was no more than a light air, which had passed from a more ancient people into the flutes of the Greeks, which they modulated to such descents as best suited their fancies." This profoundly wise and great man, who has illuminated every subject which he has touched, guessed very close to the truth in this utterance. The Hon. W.E. Gladstone has had quite a debate of late with Mr. Cox as to whether the Greek mythology was underlaid by a nature worship, or a planetary or solar worship. Peru, worshipping the sun and moon and planets, probably represents very closely the simple and primitive religion of Atlantis, with its sacrifices of fruits and flowers. This passed directly to their colony in Egypt. We find the Egyptians in their early ages sun and planet worshippers. Ptah was the object of their highest adoration. He is the father of the god of the sun, the ruler of the region of light. Ra was the sun god. He was the supreme divinity at On, or Heliopolis, near Memphis. His symbol was the solar disk, supported by two rings. He created all that exists below the heavens. The Babylonian trinity was composed of Idea, Anu, and Bel. Bel represented the sun, and was the favorite god. Sin was the goddess of the moon. The Phoenicians were also sun worshippers. The sun was represented by Baal Samin, the great god, the god of light in the heavens, the creator and rejuvenator. The attributes of both Bel and Moloch, the good and bad powers of the sun, were united in the Phoenician god Melkart, king of the city, whom the inhabitants of Tyre considered their special patron. The Greeks called him Melicertes, and identified him with Hercules. By his great strength and power he turned evil into good, brought life out of destruction, pulled back the sun to the earth at the time of the solstices, lessened excessive heat and cold, and rectified the evil signs of the zodiac. In Phoenician legends he conquers the savage races of distant coasts, founds the ancient settlements on the Mediterranean, and plants the rocks in the Straits of Gibraltar. American Cyclopedia, article Mythology. The Egyptians worshipped the sun under the name of Ra. The Hindus worshipped the sun under the name of Rama, while the great festival of the sun of the Peruvians was called Ra-Mi. Sun worship, as the ancient religions of Atlantis, underlies all the superstitions of the colonies of that country. The Samoyed woman says to the sun, "When thou, God, risest, I too rise from my bed." Every morning, even now, the Brahmins stand on one foot, with their hands held out before them and their faces turned to the east, adoring the sun. In Germany or France one may still see the peasant take off his hat to the rising sun. Anthropology, page 361. The Romans, even in the later times, worshipped the sun at Emesa under the name Elagabalus, typified in the form of a black conical stone, which it was believed had fallen from heaven. The conical stone was the emblem of Bel. Did it have relation to the mounds and pyramids? Sun worship was the primitive religion of the red men of America. It was found among all the tribes. Dorman, Origin of Primitive Superstitions, page 338. The Chichimecs called the sun their father. The Comanches have a similar belief. But compared with such ancient nations as the Egyptians and Babylonians, the Greeks were children. A priest of Sais says to Solon, "You Greeks are novices in knowledge of antiquity. You are ignorant of what passed either here or among yourselves in days of old. The history of 8,000 years is deposited in our sacred books, but I can ascend to a much higher antiquity, and tell you what our fathers have done for 9,000 years. I mean their institutions, their laws, and their most brilliant achievements." The Greeks, too young to have shared in the religion of Atlantis, but preserving some memory of that great country and its history, proceeded to convert its kings into gods, and to depict Atlantis itself as the heaven of the human race. Thus we find a great solar or nature worship in the elder nations, while Greece has nothing but an incongruous jumble of gods and goddesses, who are born and eat and drink and make love and ravish and steal and die, and who are worshipped as immortal in presence of the very monuments that testify to their death. These deities, to whom the affairs of the world were entrusted, were, it is believed, immortal, though not eternal in their existence. In Crete there was even a story of the death of Zeus, his tomb being pointed out. Murray's Mythology, page 2. The history of Atlantis is the key of the Greek mythology. There can be no question that these gods of Greece were human beings. The tendency to attach divine attributes to great earthly rulers is one deeply implanted in human nature. The savages who killed Captain Cook firmly believed that he was immortal, that he was yet alive and would return to punish them. The highly civilized Romans made gods out of their dead emperors. Dr. Livingstone mentions that on one occasion, after talking to a bushman for some time about the deity, he found that the savage thought he was speaking of Sekomi, the principal chief of the district. We find the barbarians of the coast of the Mediterranean regarding the civilized people of Atlantis with awe and wonder. Their physical strength was extraordinary, the earth shaking sometimes under their tread. Whatever they did was done speedily. They moved through space almost without the loss of a moment of time. This probably alluded to the rapid motion of their sailing vessels. They were wise and communicated their wisdom to men. That is to say, they civilized the people they came in contact with. They had a strict sense of justice, and punished crime rigorously, and rewarded noble actions, though it is true they were less conspicuous for the latter. Murray's Mythology, page 4. We should understand this to mean that where they colonized, they established a government of law, as contradistinguished from the anarchy of barbarism. There were tales of personal visits and adventures of the gods among men, taking part in battles and appearing in dreams. They were conceived to possess the form of human beings, and to be, like men, subject to love and pain, but always characterized by the highest qualities and grandest forms that could be imagined. Ibid. Another proof that the gods of the Greeks were but the deified kings of Atlantis is found in the fact that the gods were not looked upon as having created the world. They succeeded to the management of a world already in existence. The gods dwelt on Olympus. They lived together like human beings. They possessed palaces, storehouses, stables, horses, etc. They dwelt in a social state which was but a magnified reflection of the social system on earth. Quarrels, love passages, mutual assistance, and such instances as characterize human life were ascribed to them. Ibid, page 10. Where was Olympus? It was in Atlantis. The ocean encircled the earth with a great stream, and was a region of wonders of all kinds. Ibid, page 23. It was a great island, the then civilized world. The encircling ocean was spoken of in all the ancient legends. Okeanos lived there with his wife Tethys. These were the islands of the blessed, the garden of the gods, the sources of the nectar and ambrosia on which the gods lived. Murray's Mythology, page 23. Nectar was probably a fermented intoxicating liquor, and ambrosia bread made from wheat. Soma was a kind of whiskey, and the Hindus deified it. The gods lived on nectar and ambrosia simply meant that the inhabitants of these blessed islands were civilized, and possessed a liquor of some kind and a species of food superior to anything in use among the barbarous tribes with whom they came in contact. This blessed land answers to the description of Atlantis. It was an island full of wonders. It lay spread out in the ocean like a disk, with the mountains rising from it. Ibid. On the highest point of this mountain dwelt Zeus, the king, while the mansions of the other deities were arranged upon plateaus, or in ravines lower down the mountain. These deities, including Zeus, were 12 in number: Zeus or Jupiter, Hera or Juno, Poseidon or Neptune, Demeter or Ceres, Apollo, Artemis or Diana, Hephaestos or Vulcan, Pallas Athena or Minerva, Ares or Mars, Aphrodite or Venus, Hermes or Mercury, and Hestia or Vesta. These were doubtless the 12 gods from whom the Egyptians derived their kings. Where 2 names are given to a deity in the above list, the first name is that bestowed by the Greeks, the last that given by the Romans. It is not impossible that our division of the year into 12 parts is a reminiscence of the 12 gods of Atlantis. Diodorus Siculus tells us that among the Babylonians there were 12 gods of the heavens, each personified by one of the signs of the zodiac, and worshipped in a certain month of the year. The Hindus had 12 primal gods, the Aditya. Moses erected 12 pillars of Sinai. The Mandan Indians celebrated the flood with 12 typical characters, who danced around the ark. The Scandinavians believed in the 12 gods, the Aesir, who dwelt on Asgard, the Norse Olympus. Diligent investigation may yet reveal that the number of a modern jury, 12, is a survival of the ancient council of Asgard. According to the traditions of the Phoenicians, the gardens of the Hesperides were in the remote west. Murray's Manual of Mythology, page 258. Atlas lived in these gardens. Ibid, page 259. Atlas, we have seen, was king of Atlantis. The Elysian fields, the happy islands, were commonly placed in the remote west. They were ruled over by Cronus. Ibid, page 60. Tartarus, the region of Hades, the gloomy home of the dead, was also located under the mountains of an island in the midst of the ocean in the remote west. Ibid, page 58. Atlas was described in Greek mythology as an enormous giant who stood upon the western confines of the earth, and supported the heavens on his shoulders, in a region of the west where the sun continued to shine after he had set upon Greece. Ibid, page 156. Greek tradition located the island in which Olympus was situated in the far west, in the ocean beyond Africa, on the western boundary of the known world, where the sun shone when it had ceased to shine on Greece, and where the mighty Atlas held up the heavens. And Plato tells us that the land where Poseidon and Atlas ruled was Atlantis. The garden of the Hesperides, another name for the dwelling place of the gods, was situated at the extreme limit of Africa. Atlas was said to have surrounded it on every side with high mountains. Smith's Sacred Annals, Patriarchal Age, page 131. Here were found the golden apples. This is very much like the description which Plato gives of the great plain of Atlantis, covered with fruit of every kind and surrounded by precipitous mountains descending to the sea. The Greek mythology, in speaking of the garden of the Hesperides, tells us that the outer edge of the garden was slightly raised, so that the water might not run in and overflow the land. Another reminiscence of the surrounding mountains of Atlantis as described by Plato and as revealed by the deep sea soundings of modern times. Chronos or Saturn, Dionysus, Hyperion, Atlas, Hercules, were all connected with the great Saturnian continent. They were kings that ruled over countries on the western shores of the Mediterranean, Africa, and Spain. One account says, Hyperion, Atlas, and Saturn, or Chronos, were sons of Uranos, who reigned over a great kingdom composed of countries around the western part of the Mediterranean, with certain islands in the Atlantic. Hyperion succeeded his father, and was then killed by the Titans. The kingdom was then divided between Atlas and Saturn, Atlas taking the northern Africa, with the Atlantic islands, and Saturn the countries on the opposite shore of the Mediterranean to Italy and Sicily. Baldwin's Prehistoric Nations, page 357. Plato says, speaking of the traditions of the Greeks, Dialogues, Laws, chapter 4, page 713, there is a tradition of the happy life of mankind in the days when all things were spontaneous and abundant. In like manner God, in his love of mankind, placed over us the demons, who are a superior race, and they, with great care and pleasure to themselves, and no less to us, taking care of us and giving us place and reverence and order and justice never failing, made the tribes of men happy and peaceful. For Chronos knew that no human nature, invested with supreme power, is able to order human affairs and not overflow with insolence and wrong. In other words, this tradition refers to an ancient time when the forefathers of the Greeks were governed by Chronos of the Cronian Sea, the Atlantic, king of Atlantis, through civilized Atlantean governors, who by their wisdom preserved peace and created a golden age for all the populations under their control. They were the demons, that is, the knowing ones, the civilized. Plato puts into the mouth of Socrates these words, Dialogues, Cratylus, page 397. My notion would be that the sun, moon, and stars, earth, and heaven, which are still the gods of many barbarians, were the only gods known to the aboriginal Hellenes. What shall follow the gods? Must not demons and heroes and men come next? Consider the real meaning of the word demons. You know Hesiod uses the word. He speaks of a golden race of men, who came first. He says of them, but now that fate has closed over this race, they are holy demons upon earth, beneficent averters of ills, guardians of mortal men. He means by the golden men not men literally made out of gold, but good and noble men. He says we are of the age of iron. He called them demons because they were daimones, knowing or wise. This is made the more evident when we read that this region of the gods, of Chronos and Uranus and Zeus, passed through first a golden age, then a silver age, these constituting a great period of peace and happiness. Then it reached a bronze age, then an iron age, and finally perished by a great flood, sent upon these people by Zeus as a punishment for their sins. We read, Men were rich then, in the silver age, as in the golden age of Chronos, and lived in plenty, but still they wanted the innocence and contentment which were the true sources of human happiness in the former age, and accordingly, while living in luxury and delicacy, they became overbearing in their manners to the highest degree, were never satisfied, and forgot the gods, to whom in their confidence of prosperity and comfort they denied the reverence they owed. Then followed the Bronze Age, a period of constant quarreling and deeds of violence. Instead of cultivated lands and a life of peaceful occupations and orderly habits, there came a day when everywhere might was right, and men, big and powerful as they were, became physically worn out. Finally came the Iron Age, in which enfeebled mankind had to toil for bread with their hands, and, bent on gain, did their best to overreach each other. Dike, or Astrea, the goddess of justice and good faith, modesty and truth, turned her back on such scenes and retired to Olympus, while Zeus determined to destroy the human race by a great flood. The whole of Greece lay under water, and none but Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha were saved. Murray's Mythology, page 44. It is remarkable that we find here the same succession of the Iron Age after the Bronze Age that has been revealed to scientific men by the patient examination of the relics of antiquity in Europe, and this identification of the land that was destroyed by a flood, the land of Chronos and Poseidon and Zeus, with the Bronze Age confirms the view expressed in Chapter 8, page 237 ante, that the bronze implements and weapons of Europe were mainly imported from Atlantis. And here we find that the flood that destroyed this land of the gods was the flood of Deucalion, and the flood of Deucalion was the flood of the Bible, and this, as we have shown, was the last great deluge of all, according to the Egyptians, which destroyed Atlantis. The foregoing description of the golden age of Chronos, when men were rich and lived in plenty, reminds us of Plato's description of the happy age of Atlantis, when men despised everything but virtue, not caring for the present state of life, and thinking lightly of the possession of gold and other property. A time when, as the chants of the Delaware Indians stated it, page 109 ante, all were willingly pleased, all were well happified. While the description given by Murray, in the above extract, of the degeneracy of mankind in the land of the gods, a period of constant quarrelling and deeds of violence when might was right, agrees with Plato's account of the Atlanteans, when they became aggressive, unable to bear their fortune, unseemly, base, filled with unrighteous avarice and power, and in a most wretched state. And here again I might quote from the chant of the Delaware Indians: they became troubled, hating each other, both were fighting, both were spoiling, both were never peaceful. And in all three instances the gods punished the depravity of mankind by a great deluge. Can all these precise coincidences be the result of accident? May we not even suppose that the very word Olympus is a transformation from Atlantis, in accordance with the laws that regulate the changes of letters of the same class into each other? Olympus was written by the Greeks Olympos. The letter A in Atlantis was sounded by the ancient world broad and full, like the A in our words all or altar. In these words it approximates very closely to the sound of O. It is not far to go to convert Atlantis into Aluntus, and this into Olympos. We may therefore suppose that when the Greeks said that their gods dwelt in Olympus, it was the same as if they said they dwelt in Atlantis. Nearly all the gods of Greece are connected with Atlantis. We have seen the 12 principal gods all dwelling on the mountain of Olympus, in the midst of an island in the ocean in the far west, which was subsequently destroyed by a deluge on account of the wickedness of its people. And when we turn to Plato's description of Atlantis, page 13 ante, we find that Poseidon and Atlas dwelt upon a mountain in the midst of the island, and on this mountain were their magnificent temples and palaces, where they lived, separated by great walls from their subjects. It may be urged that Mount Olympus could not have referred to any mountain in Atlantis, because the Greeks gave that name to a group of mountains partly in Macedonia and partly in Thessaly. But in Mysia, Lycia, Cyprus, and elsewhere there were mountains called Olympus, and on the plain of Olympia in Eleusis there was an eminence bearing the same designation. There is a natural tendency among uncivilized peoples to give a local habitation to every general tradition. Many of the oldest myths, says Baldwin, prehistoric nations, page 376, relate to Spain, northwestern Africa, and other regions on the Atlantic, such as those concerning Hercules, the Cronidæ, the Hyboreans, the Hesperides, and the islands of the Blessed. Homer described the Atlantic region of Europe in his account of the wanderings of Ulysses. In the ages previous to the decline of Phoenician influence in Greece and around the Aegean Sea, the people of those regions must have had a much better knowledge of Western Europe than prevailed there during the Ionian or Hellenic period. The mythology of Greece is really a history of the kings of Atlantis. The Greek heaven was Atlantis. Hence the references to statues, swords, etc., that fell from heaven and were preserved in the temples of the different states along the shores of the Mediterranean from a vast antiquity, and which were regarded as the most precious possessions of the people. They were relics of the lost race received in the early ages. Thus we read of the brazen of bronze anvil that was preserved in one city, which fell from heaven. It was 9 days and 9 nights in falling. In other words, it took 9 days and nights of a sailing voyage to bring it from Atlantis. The modern theory that the gods of Greece never had any personal existence, but represented atmospheric and meteorological myths, the movements of clouds, planets, and the sun, is absurd. Rude nations repeat, they do not invent. To suppose a barbarous people creating their deities out of clouds and sunsets is to reverse nature. Men first worship stones, then other men, then spirits. Resemblances of names prove nothing. It is as if one would show that the name of the great Napoleon meant the lion of the desert, Napoleon, and should thence argue that Napoleon never existed, that he was a myth, that he represented power and solitude, or some such stuff. When we read that Jove whipped his wife and threw her son out of the window, the inference is that Jove was a man, and actually did something like the thing described. Certainly gods, sublimated spirits, aerial sprites, do not act after this fashion, and it would puzzle the myth-makers to prove that the sun, moon, or stars whipped their wives or flung recalcitrant young men out of windows. The history of Atlantis could be in part reconstructed out of the mythology of Greece. It is a history of kings, queens, and princes, of love making, adulteries, rebellions, wars, murders, sea voyages, and colonizations, of palaces, temples, workshops, and forges, of sword making, engraving, and metallurgy, of wine, barley, wheat, cattle, sheep, horses, and agriculture generally. Who can doubt that it represents the history of a real people? Uranus was the first god, that is to say, the first king of the great race. As he was at the commencement of all things, his symbol was the sky. He probably represented the race previous even to the settlement of Atlantis. He was a son of Gaia, the earth. He seems to have been the parent of three races, the Titans, the Hecatoncheires, and the Cyclopes or Cyclops. I incline to the belief that these were civilized races, and that the peculiarities ascribed to the last two refer to the vessels in which they visited the shores of the barbarians. End of Part 1 of Chapter 2. Section 27, Part 2 of Chapter 2 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Part 4, The Mythologies of the Old World, a Recollection of Atlantis. Chapter 2, Part 2, The Empire of Atlantis. The empire of the Titans was clearly the empire of Atlantis. The most judicious among our mythologists, says Dr. Rees, New British Cyclopedia, article Titans, such as Gerard Vossius, Marsham, Bocart, and Father Thomason, are of opinion that the partition of the world among the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, was the original of the tradition of the same partition among Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto, upon the breaking up of the great empire of the Titans. The learned Pezron contends that the division which was made of this vast empire came, in after times, to be taken for the partition of the whole world; that Asia, remaining in the hands of Jupiter, Zeus, the most potent of the three brothers, made him looked upon as the god of Olympus; that the sea and islands which fell to Neptune occasioned their giving him the title of god of the sea; and that Spain, the extremity of the then known world, thought to be a very low country in respect of Asia, and famous for its excellent mines of gold and silver, failing to Pluto, occasioned him to be taken for the god of the infernal regions. We should suppose that Pluto possibly ruled over the transatlantic possessions of Atlantis and America, over those portions of the opposite continent, which Plato tells us were dominated by Atlas and his posterity, and which, being far beyond or below sunset, were the underworld of the ancients, while Atlantis, the Canaries, etc., constituted the island division, with western Africa and Spain. Murray tells us, Mythology, p. 58, that Pluto's share of the kingdom was supposed to lie in the remote west. The underworld of the dead was simply the world below the western horizon. The home of the dead has to do with that far west region where the sun dies at night. Anthropology, p. 350. On the coast of Brittany, where Cape Raz stands out westward into the ocean, there is the Bay of Souls, the launching place where the departed spirits sail off across the sea. Ibid. In the like manner, Odysseus found the land of the dead in the ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules. There indeed was the land of the mighty dead, the grave of the drowned Atlanteans. However this be, continues Father Pezron, the empire of the Titans, according to the ancients, was very extensive. They possessed Phrygia, Thrace, a part of Greece, the island of Crete, and several other provinces to the inmost recesses of Spain. To these Sanchoniathon seems to join Syria, and Diodorus adds a part of Africa, and the kingdoms of Mauritania. The kingdoms of Mauritania embraced all that northwestern region of Africa nearest to Atlantis, in which are the Atlas Mountains, and in which, in the days of Herodotus, dwelt the Atlantes. Neptune or Poseidon says in answer to a message from Jupiter, "No vassal god, nor of his train am I. 3 brothers, deities, from Saturn came, and ancient Rhea, Earth's immortal dame. Assigned by lot our triple rule we know, infernal Pluto sways the shades below. Over the wide clouds and over the starry plain, ethereal Jove extends his high domain. My court beneath the hoary waves I keep, and hush the roaring of the sacred deep." Iliad, Book 18. Homer alludes to Poseidon as the god whose liquid arms are hurled around the globe, whose earthquakes rock the world. Mythology tells us that when the Titans were defeated by Saturn, they retreated into the interior of Spain. Jupiter followed them up and beat them for the last time near Tartessus, and thus terminated a 10 years' war. Here we have a real battle on an actual battlefield. If we needed any further proof that the empire of the Titans was the empire of Atlantis, we would find it in the names of the Titans. Among these were Oceanus, Saturn or Kronos, and Atlas. They were all the sons of Uranus. Oceanus was at the base of the Greek mythology. Plato says, Dialogues, Timaeus, Vol. 2, page 533, Oceanus and Tethys were the children of earth and heaven, and from these sprung Phorcys and Kronos and Rhea, and many more with them, and from Kronos and Rhea sprung Zeus and Hera, and all those whom we know as the brethren, and others who were their children. In other words, all their gods came out of the ocean. They were rulers over some ocean realm. Kronos was the son of Oceanus, and Kronos was an Atlantean god, and from him the Atlantic Ocean was called by the ancients the Cronian Sea. The elder Minos was called the son of the ocean. He first gave civilization to the Cretans. He engraved his laws on brass, precisely as Plato tells us the laws of Atlantis were engraved on pillars of brass. The wanderings of Ulysses, as detailed in the Odyssey of Homer, are strangely connected with the Atlantic Ocean. The islands of the Phoenicians were apparently in mid-ocean. We dwell apart afar, within the unmeasured deep amid its waves. The most remote of men, no other race, hath commerce with us. Odyssey, Book 6. The description of the Phaeacian walls, harbors, cities, palaces, ships, etc., seem like a recollection of Atlantis. The island of Calypso appears also to have been in the Atlantic Ocean, 20 days' sail from the Phaeacian Isles. And when Ulysses goes to the land of Pluto, the underworld, the home of the dead, he reached the far confines of Oceanus, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. It would be curious to inquire how far the poems of Homer are Atlantean in their relations and inspiration. Ulysses' wanderings were a prolonged struggle with Poseidon, the founder and god of Atlantis. The Hecatoncheires, or Cetimani, beings each with 100 hands, were 3 in number, Kotos, Gyges or Gyes, and Briareus, and represented the frightful crashing of waves in its resemblance to the convulsions of earthquakes. Murray's Mythology, page 26. Are not these 100 arms the oars of the galleys, and the frightful crashing of the waves their movements in the water? The Cyclopes also were 3 in number, Brontes with his thunder, Steropes with his lightning, and Arges with his stream of light. They were represented as having only one eye, which was placed at the juncture between the nose and brow. It was, however, a large flashing eye, as became beings who were personifications of the storm cloud, with its flashes of destructive lightning and peals of thunder. We shall show hereafter that the invention of gunpowder dates back to the days of the Phoenicians, and may have been derived by them from Atlantis. It is not impossible that in this picture of the Cyclopes we see a tradition of sea-going ships, with a light burning at the prow, and arms with some explosive preparation, which, with a roar like thunder, and a flash like lightning, destroyed those against whom it was employed. It at least requires less strain upon our credulity to suppose these monsters were a barbarian's memory of great ships than to believe that human beings ever existed, with 100 arms, and with one eye in the middle of their forehead, and giving out thunder and lightning. The natives of the West India Islands regarded the ships of Columbus as living creatures, and that their sails were wings. Berosus tells us, speaking of the ancient days of Chaldea, in the first year there appeared from that part of the Erythraean Sea which borders Babylonia an animal endowed with reason, by name Oannes, whose whole body, according to the account of Apollodorus, was that of a fish; that under the fish's head he had another head, with feet also below, similar to those of a man, subjoined to the fish's tail. His voice, too, and language was articulate and human, and a representation of him is preserved even unto this day. This being was accustomed to pass the day among men, but took no food at that season, and he gave them an insight into letters and arts of all kinds. He taught them to construct cities, to found temples, to compile laws, and explain to them the principles of geometrical knowledge. He made them distinguish the seeds of the earth, and showed them how to collect the fruits. In short, he instructed them in everything which could tend to soften manners and humanize their laws. From that time nothing material has been added by way of improvement to his instructions. And when the sun set, this being, Oannes, retired again into the sea, and passed the night in the deep, for he was amphibious. After this there appeared other animals like Oannes. This is clearly the tradition preserved by a barbarous people of the great ships of a civilized nation, who colonized their coast and introduced the arts and sciences among them. And here we see the same tendency to represent the ship as a living thing, which converted the war vessels of the Atlanteans, the Cyclopes, into men with one blazing eye in the middle of the forehead. He married his sister Rhea, who bore him Pluto, Poseidon, Zeus, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. He anticipated that his sons would dethrone him as he had dethroned his father Uranus, and he swallowed his first 5 children, and would have swallowed the 6th child, Zeus, but that his wife Rhea deceived him with a stone image of the child, and Zeus was conveyed to the island of Crete, and there concealed in a cave and raised to manhood. Subsequently Cronos yielded back to the light the children he had swallowed. This myth probably means that Cronos had his children raised in some secret place, where they could not be used by his enemies as the instruments of a rebellion against his throne, and the stone image of Zeus, palmed off upon him by Rhea, was probably some other child substituted for his own. His precautions seem to have been wise, for as soon as the children returned to the light they commenced a rebellion, and drove the old gentleman from his throne. A rebellion of the Titans followed. The struggle was a tremendous one, and seems to have been decided at last by the use of gunpowder, as I shall show farther on. We have seen Cronos identified with the Atlantic, called by the Romans the Cronian Sea. He was known to the Romans under the name of Saturn, and ruled over a great Saturnian continent in the Western Ocean. Saturn, or Cronos, came to Italy. He presented himself to the king Janus, and proceeded to instruct the subjects of the latter in agriculture, gardening, and many other arts then quite unknown to them, as, for example, how to tend and cultivate the vine. By such means he at length raised the people from a rude and comparatively barbarous condition to one of order and peaceful occupations, in consequence of which he was everywhere held in high esteem, and in course of time was selected by Janus to share with him the government of the country, which thereupon assumed the name of Saturnia, a land of seed and fruit. The period of Saturn's government was sung in later days by poets as a happy time, when sorrows were unknown, when innocence, freedom, and gladness reigned throughout the land in such a degree as to deserve the title of the Golden Age. Murray's Mythology, p. 32. All this accords with Plato's story. He tells us that the rule of the Atlanteans extended to Italy, and that they were a civilized, agricultural, and commercial people. The civilization of Rome was therefore an outgrowth directly from the civilization of Atlantis. The Roman Saturnalia was a remembrance of the Atlantean colonization. It was a period of joy and festivity. Master and slave met as equals. The distinctions of poverty and wealth were forgotten. No punishments for crime were inflicted. Servants and slaves went about dressed in the clothes of their masters, and children received presents from their parents or relatives. It was a time of jollity and mirth, a recollection of the Golden Age. We find a reminiscence of it in the Roman Carnival. The third and last on the throne of the highest god was Zeus. We shall see him a little farther on, by the aid of some mysterious engine overthrowing the rebels, the Titans, who rose against his power amid the flash of lightning and the roar of thunder. He was called the Thunderer, and the Mighty Thunderer. He was represented with thunderbolts in his hand and an eagle at his feet. During the time of Zeus, Atlantis seems to have reached its greatest height of power. He was recognized as the father of the whole world. He everywhere rewarded uprightness, truth, faithfulness, and kindness. He was merciful to the poor and punished the cruel. To illustrate his rule on earth the following story is told. Philemnon and Baucis, an aged couple of the poorer class, were living peacefully and full of piety towards the gods in their cottage in Phrygia, when Zeus, who often visited the earth disguised, to inquire into the behavior of men, paid a visit, in passing through Phrygia on such a journey, to these poor old people, and was received by them very kindly as a weary traveler, which he pretended to be. Bidding him welcome to the house, they set about preparing for their guest, who was accompanied by Hermes, as excellent a meal as they could afford, and for this purpose were about to kill the only goose they had left, when Zeus interfered, for he was touched by their kindliness and genuine piety, and that all the more because he had observed among the other inhabitants of the district nothing but cruelty of disposition and a habit of reproaching and despising the gods. To punish this conduct he determined to visit the country with a flood, but to save from it Philemon and Baucis, the good aged couple, and to reward them in a striking manner. To this end he revealed himself to them before opening the gates of the great flood, transformed their poor cottage on the hill into a splendid temple, installed the aged pair as his priest and priestess, and granted their prayer that they might both die together. When after many years death overtook them, they were changed into two trees that grew side by side in the neighborhood, an oak and a linden. Murray's Mythology, page 38. Here we have another reference to the flood, and another identification with Atlantis. Zeus was a kind of Henry VIII, and took to himself a number of wives. By Demeter, Ceres, he had Persephone, Proserpine; by Leto, Apollo and Artemis, Diana; by Dione, Aphrodite, Venus; by Semele, Dionysus, Bacchus; by Maia, Hermes, Mercury; by Alcmene, Hercules, etc., etc. We have thus the whole family of gods and goddesses traced back to Atlantis. Hera, or Juno, was the first and principal wife of Zeus. There were numerous conjugal rows between the royal pair, in which, say the poets, Juno was generally to blame. She was naturally jealous of the other wives of Zeus. Zeus on one occasion beat her, and threw her son Hephaestos out of Olympus. On another occasion he hung her out of Olympus with her arms tied and two great weights attached to her feet, a very brutal and ungentlemanly trick. But the Greeks transposed this into a beautiful symbol. The two weights, they say, represent the earth and sea, an illustration of how all the phenomena of the visible sky were supposed to hang dependent on the highest god of heaven. Ibid, page 47. Juno probably regarded the transaction in an altogether different light, and she therefore united with Poseidon, the king's brother, and his daughter Athena, in a rebellion to put the old fellow in a strait-jacket, and would have succeeded had not Thetis brought to his aid the sea giant Aegeon, probably a warship. She seems in the main, however, to have been a good wife, and was the type of all the womanly virtues. Poseidon, the first king of Atlantis, according to Plato, was, according to Greek mythology, a brother of Zeus and a son of Cronos. In the division of the kingdom he fell heir to the ocean and its islands, and to the navigable rivers. In other words, he was king of a maritime and commercial people. His symbol was the horse. He was the first to train and employ horses. That is to say, his people first domesticated the horse. This agrees with what Plato tells us of the importance attached to the horse in Atlantis, and of the baths and race courses provided for him. He was worshipped in the island of Tenos in the character of a physician, showing that he represented an advanced civilization. He was also master of an agricultural people. The ram with the golden fleece for which the Argonauts sailed was the offspring of Poseidon. He carried in his hand a three-pronged symbol, the trident, doubtless an emblem of the three continents that were embraced in the empire of Atlantis. He founded many colonies along the shores of the Mediterranean. He helped to build the walls of Troy, the tradition thus tracing the Trojan civilization to an Atlantean source. He settled Attica and founded Athens, named after his niece Athena, daughter of Zeus, who had no mother, but had sprung from the head of Zeus, which probably signified that her mother's name was not known. She was a foundling. Athena caused the first olive tree to grow on the Acropolis of Athens, parent of all the olive trees of Greece. Poseidon seems to have had settlements at Corinth, Aegina, Naxos, and Delphi. Temples were erected to his honor in nearly all the seaport towns of Greece. He sent a sea monster, to wit, a slip, to ravage part of the Trojan territory. In the Iliad, Poseidon appears as ruler of the sea, inhabiting a brilliant palace in its depths, traversing its surface in a chariot, or stirring the powerful billows until the earth shakes as they crash upon the shores. He is also associated with well-watered plains and valleys. Murray's Mythology, page 51. The palace in the depths of the sea was the palace upon Olympus in Atlantis. The traversing of the sea referred to the movements of a mercantile race. The shaking of the earth was an association with earthquakes. The well-watered plains and valleys remind us of the great plain of Atlantis described by Plato. All the traditions of the coming of civilization into Europe point to Atlantis. For instance, Kelios, who lived at Eleusis, near Athens, hospitably received Demeter, the Greek Ceres, the daughter of Poseidon, when she landed. And in return she taught him the use of the plough, and presented his son with the seed of barley, and sent him out to teach mankind how to sow and utilize that grain. Dionysus, grandson of Poseidon, traveled through all the known world, even into the remotest parts of India, instructing the people as he proceeded how to tend the vine, and how to practice many other arts of peace, besides teaching them the value of just and honorable dealings. Murray's Mythology, p. 119. The Greeks celebrated great festivals in his honor down to the coming of Christianity. The nymphs of Grecian mythology were a kind of middle beings between the gods and men, communicating with both, loved and respected by both, living like gods on ambrosia. In extraordinary cases they were summoned, it was believed, to the councils of the Olympian gods, but they usually remained in their particular spheres, in secluded grottos and peaceful valleys, occupied in spinning, weaving, bathing, singing sweet songs, dancing, sporting or accompanying deities who passed through their territories, hunting with Artemis Diana, rushing about with Dionysus Bacchus, making merry with Apollo or Hermes Mercury, but always in a hostile attitude towards the wanton and excited satyrs. The nymphs were plainly the female inhabitants of Atlantis, dwelling on the plains, while the aristocracy lived on the higher lands, and this is confirmed by the fact that part of them were called the Atlantids, offspring of Atlantis. The Hesperides were also daughters of Atlas. Their mother was Hesperus, a personification of the region of the West. Their home was an island in the ocean off the north or west coast of Africa. And here we find a tradition which not only points to Atlantis, but also shows some kinship to the legend in Genesis of the tree and the serpent. Titaea, a goddess of the earth, gave Zeus a tree bearing golden apples on it. This tree was put in the care of the Hesperides, but they could not resist the temptation to pluck and eat its fruit. Thereupon a serpent named Ladon was put to watch the tree. Hercules slew the serpent and gave the apples to the Hesperides. Hercules, we have seen, was a son of Zeus, king of Atlantis. One of his 12 labors, the 10th, was the carrying off of the cattle of Geryon. The meaning of Geryon is the red glow of the sunset. He dwelt on the island of Erythea in the remote west, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Hercules took a ship, and after encountering a storm, reached the island and placed himself on Mount Abas. Hercules killed Geryon, stole the cattle, put them on the ship, and landed them safely, driving them through Iberia, Gaul, and over the Alps down into Italy. Murray's Mythology, p. 257. This was simply the memory of a cattle raid made by an uncivilized race upon the civilized cattle-raising people of Atlantis. It is not necessary to pursue the study of the gods of Greece any farther. They were simply barbarian recollections of the rulers of a great civilized people, who in the early days visited their shores and brought with them the arts of peace. Here, then, in conclusion, are the proofs of our proposition that the gods of Greece had been the kings of Atlantis. 1. They were not the makers, but the rulers of the world. 2. They were human in their attributes. They loved, sinned, and fought battles, the very sites of which are given. They founded cities and civilized the people of the shores of the Mediterranean. 3. They dwelt upon an island in the Atlantic, in the remote west, where the sun shines after it has ceased to shine on Greece. 4. Their land was destroyed in a deluge. 5. They were ruled over by Poseidon and Atlas. 6. Their empire extended to Egypt and Italy and the shores of Africa, precisely as stated by Plato. 7. They existed during the Bronze Age and at the beginning of the Iron Age. The entire Greek mythology is the recollection, by a degenerate race, of a vast, mighty, and highly civilized empire, which in a remote past covered large parts of Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. End of Chapter 2 of Part 4.
Section 29, Part 4, Chapter 3 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurie Kennard of Winding Roads Books and More. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Part 4, The Mythologies of the Old World, a Recollection of Atlantis. Chapter 3, The Gods of the Phoenicians, also Kings of Atlantis. Not alone were the gods of the Greeks the deified kings of Atlantis, but we find that the mythology of the Phoenicians was drawn from the same source. For instance, we find in the Phoenician cosmogony that the Titans, Rephaim, derived their origin from the Phoenician gods Agris and Agratus. This connects the Phoenicians with that island in the remote west, in the midst of ocean where, according to the Greeks, the Titans dwelt. According to Sanchoniathon, Uranos was the son of Autochthon, and according to Plato, Autochthon was one of the 10 kings of Atlantis. He married his sister Ge. He is the Uranos of the Greeks, who was the son of Gaia, the earth, whom he married. The Phoenicians tell us Uranos had by Ge 4 sons, Ilus, El, who is called Kronos, and Betulus, Bethel, and Dagon, which signifies bread corn, and Atlas, Tammuz. Here again we have the names of 2 other kings of Atlantis. These 4 sons probably represented 4 races, the offspring of the earth. The Greek Uranos was the father of Kronos and the ancestor of Atlas. The Phoenician god Uranos had a great many other wives. His wife Ge was jealous. They quarreled, and he attempted to kill the children he had by her. This is the legend which the Greeks told of Zeus and Juno. In the Phoenician mythology, Kronos raised a rebellion against Uranos, and after a great battle dethroned him. In the Greek legends, it is Zeus who attacks and overthrows his father Kronos. Uranos had a daughter called Astarte, Ashtoreth, another called Rhea. And Dagon, after he had found out bread corn in the plough, was called Zeus Erotrius. We find also in the Phoenician legends mention made of Poseidon, founder and king of Atlantis. Kronos gave Attica to his daughter Athena, as in the Greek legends. In a time of plague, he sacrificed his son to Uranos and circumcised himself, and compelled his allies to do the same thing. It would thus appear that this singular rite, practiced as we have seen by the Atlantidae of the Old and New Worlds, the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, the Hebrews, the Ethiopians, the Mexicans, and the Red Men of America, dates back, as we might have expected, to Atlantis. Kronos visits the different regions of the habitable world. He gave Egypt as a kingdom to the god Thoth, who had invented the alphabet. The Egyptians called him Thoth, and he was represented among them as the god of letters, the clerk of the underworld, bearing a tablet, pen, and palm branch. This not only connects the Phoenicians with Atlantis, but shows the relations of Egyptian civilization to both Atlantis and the Phoenicians. There can be no doubt that the royal personages who formed the gods of Greece were also the gods of the Phoenicians. We have seen the Autochthon of Plato reappearing in the Autochthon of the Phoenicians, the Atlas of Plato in the Atlas of the Phoenicians, the Poseidon of Plato in the Poseidon of the Phoenicians, while the kings Mestor and Menecius of Plato are probably the gods Misor and Amynus of the Phoenicians. Sanchoniathon tells us, after narrating all the discoveries by which the people advanced to civilization, that the Kabiri set down their records of the past by the command of the god Thoth. And they delivered them to their successors and to foreigners, of whom one was Osiris, the inventor of the 3 letters, the brother of Kua, who is called the first Phoenician. Lenormand and Chevalier, Ancient History of the East, Volume 2, page 228. This would show that the first Phoenician came long after this line of the kings or gods, and that he was a foreigner, as compared with them, and therefore that it could not have been the Phoenicians proper who made the several inventions narrated by Sanchoniathon, but some other race, from whom the Phoenicians might have been descended. And in the delivery of their records to the foreigner Osiris, the god of Egypt, we have another evidence that Egypt derived her civilization from Atlantis. Max Müller says, "The Semitic languages also are all varieties of one form of speech. Though we do not know that primitive language from which the Semitic dialects diverged, yet we know that at one time such language must have existed. We cannot derive Hebrew from Sanskrit, or Sanskrit from Hebrew, but we can well understand how both may have proceeded from one common source. They are both channels supplied from one river, and they carry, though not always on the surface, floating materials of language which challenge comparison, and have already yielded satisfactory results to careful analyzers." Outlines of Philosophy of History, Volume 1, page 475. There was an ancient tradition among the Persians that the Phoenicians migrated from the shores of the Erythraean Sea and this has been supposed to mean the Persian Gulf. But there was a very old city of Erythia, in utter ruin in the time of Strabo, which was built in some ancient age, long before the founding of Gades, near the site of that town, on the Atlantic coast of Spain. May not this town of Erythia have given its name to the adjacent sea? And this may have been the starting point of the Phoenicians in their European migrations. It would even appear that there was an island of Erythea. In the Greek mythology, the 10th labor of Hercules consisted in driving away the cattle of Geryon, who lived in the island of Erythea, an island somewhere in the remote west beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Murray's Mythology, page 257. Hercules stole the cattle from this remote oceanic island, and returning, drove them through Iberia, Gaul, over the Alps, and through Italy. Ibid. It is probable that a people emigrating from the Erythraean Sea, that is, from the Atlantic, first gave their name to a town on the coast of Spain, and at a later date to the Persian Gulf, as we have seen the name of York carried from England to the banks of the Hudson, and then to the Arctic Circle. The builders of the Central American cities are reported to have been a bearded race. The Phoenicians, in common with the Indians, practiced human sacrifices to a great extent. They worshipped fire and water, adopted the names of the animals whose skins they wore, that is to say, they had the totemic system, telegraphed by means of fires, poisoned their arrows, offered peace before beginning battle, and used drums. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 77. The extent of country covered by the commerce of the Phoenicians represents to some degree the area of the old Atlantean Empire. Their colonies and trading posts extended east and west, from the shores of the Black Sea, through the Mediterranean to the west coast of Africa and of Spain, and around to Ireland and England, while from north to south they ranged from the Baltic to the Persian Gulf. They touched every point where civilization in later ages made its appearance. Strabo estimated that they had 300 cities along the west coast of Africa. When Columbus sailed to discover a new world, or rediscover an old one, he took his departure from a Phoenician seaport, founded by that great race 2,500 years previously. This Atlantean sailor, with his Phoenician features, sailing from an Atlantean port, simply reopened the path of commerce and colonization which had been closed when Plato's island sunk in the sea. And it is a curious fact that Columbus had the Antediluvian world in his mind's eye even then, for when he reached the mouth of the Orinoco, he thought it was the river Gihon, that flowed out of Paradise, and he wrote home to Spain, "There are here great indications suggesting the proximity of the earthly paradise, for not only does it correspond in mathematical position with the opinions of the holy and learned theologians, but all other signs concur to make it probable." Sanchoniathon claims that the learning of Egypt, Greece, and Judea was derived from the Phoenicians. It would appear probable that, while other races represent the conquests or colonizations of Atlantis, the Phoenicians succeeded to their arts, sciences, and especially their commercial supremacy, and hence the close resemblances which we have found to exist between the Hebrews, a branch of the Phoenician stock, and the people of America. Upon the Syrian Sea the people live, who style themselves Phoenicians. These were the first great founders of the world, founders of cities and of mighty states, who showed a path through seas before unknown. In the first ages, when the sons of men knew not which way to turn them, they assigned to each his first department. They bestowed of land a portion, and of sea a lot, and sent each wandering tribe far off to share a different soil and climate. Hence arose the great diversity so plainly seen, mid nations widely severed. Dionysius of Susiana, A.D. 3. End of Part 4, Chapter 3. Recording by Laurie Kennard, www.windingroadsbooks.com.
Section 30, Part 4, Chapter 4 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, Part 4, The Mythologies of the Old World, A Recollection of Atlantis. Chapter 4, The God Odin, Woden, or Wotan. In the Scandinavian mythology the chief god was Odin, the Woden, Wotan, or Wutan of the Germans. He is represented with many of the attributes of the Greek god Zeus, and is supposed by some to be identical with him. He dwelt with the 12 Aesir, or gods, upon Asgard, the Norse Olympus, which arose out of Midgard, a land halfway between the regions of frost and fire, to wit, in a temperate climate. The Scandinavian Olympus was probably Atlantis. Odin is represented as a grave looking elderly man with a long beard, carrying in his hand a spear, and accompanied by 2 dogs and 2 ravens. He was the father of poetry and the inventor of runic writing. The Chiapenese of Central America, the people whose language we have seen furnishing such remarkable resemblances to Hebrew, claim to have been the first people of the New World. Clavigero tells us (History Antiqua del Mexico, English translation, 1807, Vol. 1), that according to the traditions of the Chiapenese there was a Wotan who was the grandson of the man who built the ark to save himself and family from the deluge. He was one of those who undertook to build the tower that should reach to heaven. The Lord ordered him to people America. He came from the East. He brought 7 families with him. He had been preceded in America by 2 others, Ig and Imox. He built a great city in America called Nachan, City of the Serpents. The serpent that tempted Eve was called Nahash, from his own race, which was named Chan, a serpent. This Nachan is supposed to have been Palenque. The date of his journey is placed in the legends in the year 3000 of the world, and in the 10th century B.C. He also founded 3 tributary monarchies, whose capitals were Tulan, Mayapan, and Chiquimala. He wrote a book containing a history of his deeds, and proofs that he belonged to the tribe of Chanes (serpents). He states that he is the 3rd of the Votans, that he conducted 7 families from Vulan Votan to this continent, and assigned lands to them, that he determined to travel until he came to the root of heaven and found his relations, the Culebres, and made himself known to them, that he accordingly made 4 voyages to Chivim, that he arrived in Spain, that he went to Rome, that he saw the house of God building, that he went by the road which his brethren the Culebres had bored, that he marked it, and that he passed by the house of the 13 Culebres. He relates that in returning from one of his voyages he found 7 other families of the Tzikel nation, who had joined the first inhabitants and recognized in them the same origin as his own, that is, of the Culebres. He speaks of the place where they built the first town, which from its founders received the name of Tzikel. He affirms that, having taught them the refinement of manners in the use of the table, tablecloths, dishes, basins, cups, and napkins, they taught him the knowledge of God and his worship, his first ideas of a king, and obedience to him, that he was chosen captain of all these united families. It is probable that Spain and Rome are interpolations. Cabrera claims that the Votanites were Carthaginians. He thinks the Chivin of Votan were the Hivim or Givim, who were descendants of Heth, son of Canaan, Phoenicians. They were the builders of Acheron, Azotus, Ascalon, and Gaza. The Scriptures refer to them as Hivites, Givim, in Deuteronomy chapter 2, verse 32, and Joshua chapter 13, verse 4. He claims that Cadmus and his wife Hermione were of this stock, and according to Ovid they were metamorphosed into snakes (Culebres). The name Hivites in Phoenician signifies a snake. Woden may not possibly have passed into Europe. He may have travelled altogether in Africa. His singular allusion to a way which the Culebres had bored seems at first inexplicable, but Dr. Livingstone's last letters, published 8th November, 1869, in the Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, mention that tribes live in underground houses in Rua. Some excavations are said to be 30 miles long, and have running rills in them. A whole district can stand a siege in them. The writings therein, I have been told by some of the people, are drawings of animals and not letters. Otherwise I should have gone to see them. People very dark, well made, and outer angle of eye slanting inward. And Captain Grant, who accompanied Captain Speke in his famous exploration of the sources of the Nile, tells of a tunnel or subway under the river Cayoma, on the highway between Luemba and Marunga, near Lake Tanganyika. His guide Manua describes it to him. I asked Manua if he had ever seen any country resembling it. His reply was, "This country reminds me of what I saw in the country to the south of the Lake Tanganyika, when travelling with an Arab's caravan from Unjayembe. There is a river there called Cayoma, running into the lake, the sides of which are similar in precipitousness to the rocks before us. I then asked, "Do the people cross this river in boats?" "No, they have no boats, and even if they had, the people could not land, as the sides are too steep. They pass underneath the river by a natural tunnel or subway. He and all his party went through it on their way to Luemba, to Urungu, and returned by it. He described its length as having taken them from sunrise till noon to pass through it, and so high that, if mounted upon camels, they could not touch the top. Tall reeds the thickness of a walking stick grew inside. The road was strewed with white pebbles, and so wide, 400 yards, that they could see their way tolerably well while passing through it. The rocks looked as if they had been planed by artificial means. Water never came through from the river overhead. It was procured by digging wells. Manu added that the people of Wambé take shelter in this tunnel, and live there with their families and cattle, when molested by the Watuta, a warlike race descended from the Zulu Kaffirs. But it is interesting to find in this book of Votan, however little reliance we may place in its dates or details, evidence that there was actual intercourse between the Old World and the New in remote ages. Humboldt remarks, "We have fixed the special attention of our readers upon this Votan, or Woden, an American who appears of the same family with the Wods or Odins of the Goths and of the people of Celtic origin. Since, according to the learned researches of Sir William Jones, Odin and Buddha are probably the same person, it is curious to see the names of Bonvar, Woden's-day, and Votan designating, in India, Scandinavia, and in Mexico, the day of a brief period." Vues de Cordilleras, p. 148, edition 1810. There are many things to connect the mythology of the Gothic nations with Atlantis. They had, as we have seen, flood legends. Their gods Croto and Satyr were the Cronus and Saturn of Atlantis. Their Baal was the Bel of the Phoenicians, who were closely connected with Poseidon and Atlas, and, as we shall see hereafter, their language has a distinct relationship with the tongues of the Arabians, Cushites, Chaldeans, and Phoenicians. End of chapter 4 of part 4.
Section 31, Part 4, Chapter 5, Part 1 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Chapter 5, The Pyramid, the Cross, and the Garden of Eden. No fact is better established than the reverence shown to the sign of the cross in all the ages prior to Christianity. We cannot do better than quote from an able article in the Edinburgh Review of July 1870 upon this question. From the dawn of organized paganism in the Eastern world to the final establishment of Christianity in the Western, the cross was undoubtedly one of the commonest and most sacred of symbolical monuments, and, to a remarkable extent, it is so still in almost every land where that of Calvary is unrecognized or unknown. Apart from any distinctions of social or intellectual superiority, of caste, color, nationality, or location in either hemisphere, it appears to have been the aboriginal possession of every people in antiquity, the elastic girdle, so to say, which embraced the most widely separated heathen communities, the most significant token of a universal brotherhood, to which all the families of mankind were severally and irresistibly drawn, and by which their common descent was emphatically expressed, or by means of which each and all preserved, amid every vicissitude of fortune, a knowledge of the primeval happiness and dignity of their species. Where authentic history is silent on the subject, the material relics of past and long since forgotten races are not wanting to confirm and strengthen this supposition. The versified forms of the symbol are delineated more or less artistically, according to the progress achieved in civilization at the period, on the ruined walls of temples and palaces, on natural rocks and sepulchral galleries, on the hoariest monoliths and the rudest statuary, on coins, medals, and vases of every description, and, in not a few instances, are preserved in the architectural proportions of subterranean as well as superterranean structures, of tumuli as well as fanes. The extraordinary sanctity attaching to the symbol in every age and under every variety of circumstance justified any expenditure incurred in its fabrication or embellishment. Hence, the most persistent labor, the most consummate ingenuity, were lavished upon it. Populations of essentially different culture, tastes, and pursuits, the highly civilized and the demi-civilized, the settled and nomadic, vied with each other in their efforts to extend the knowledge of its exceptional import and virtue among their latest posterities. The marvelous rock-hewn caves of Elephanta and Ellora, and the stately temples of Mathura and Terputi in the east, may be cited as characteristic examples of one laborious method of exhibiting it, and the megalithic structures of Callernish and Newgrange in the west of another, while a third may be instanced in the great temple at Mitzla, the city of the moon, in Ojaka, Central America, also excavated in the living rock, and manifesting the same stupendous labor and ingenuity as are observable in the cognate caverns of Salsette, of endeavors, we repeat, made by peoples as intellectually as geographically distinct, and followers withal of independent and unassociated deities, to magnify and perpetuate some grand primeval symbol. Of the several varieties of the cross still in vogue as national or ecclesiastical emblems in this and other European states, and distinguished by the familiar appellations of St. George, St. Andrew, the Maltese, the Greek, the Latin, etc., etc., there is not one among them the existence of which may not be traced to the remotest antiquity. They were the common property of the Eastern nations. No revolution or other casualty has wrought any perceptible difference in their several forms or delineations. They have passed from one hemisphere to the other intact, have survived dynasties, empires, and races, have been born on the crest of each successive wave of Aryan population in its course toward the west, and, having been reconsecrated in later times by their lineal descendants, are still recognized as military and national badges of distinction. Among the earliest known types is the crux ansata, vulgarly called the key of the Nile, because of its being found sculptured or otherwise represented so frequently upon Egyptian and Coptic monuments. It has, however, a very much older and more sacred signification than this. It was the symbol of symbols, the mystical Tao, the bidden wisdom, not only of the ancient Egyptians, but also of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Mexicans, Peruvians, and of every other ancient people commemorated in history in either hemisphere, and is formed very similarly to our letter T, with a roundlet or oval placed immediately above it. Thus it was figured on the gigantic emerald or glass statue of Serapis, which was transported 293 B.C. by order of Ptolemy Soter from Sinope on the southern shores of the Black Sea, re-erected within that famous labyrinth which encompassed the banks of Lake Maris, and destroyed by the victorious army of Theodosius, A.D. 389, despite the earnest entreaties of the Egyptian priesthood to spare it, because it was the emblem of their god and of the life to come. Sometimes, as may be seen on the breast of an Egyptian mummy in the museum of the London University, the simple T only is planted on the frustum of a cone, and sometimes it is represented as springing from a heart, in the first instance signifying goodness, in the second hope or expectation of reward. As in the oldest temples and catacombs of Egypt, so this type likewise abounds in the ruined cities of Mexico and Central America, graven as well upon the most ancient cyclopean and polygonal walls as upon the more modern and perfect examples of masonry, and is displayed in an equally conspicuous manner upon the breasts of innumerable bronze statuettes which have been recently disinterred from the cemetery of Juigalpa, of unknown antiquity, in Nicaragua. When the Spanish missionaries first set foot upon the soil of America in the 15th century, they were amazed to find the cross was as devoutly worshipped by the Red Indians as by themselves, and were in doubt whether to ascribe the fact to the pious labors of St. Thomas or to the cunning device of the evil one. The hallowed symbol challenged their attention on every hand and in almost every variety of form. It appeared on the bas-reliefs of ruined and deserted, as well as on those of inhabited palaces, and was the most conspicuous ornament in the great temple of Cozumel off the coast of Yucatan. According to the particular locality and the purpose which it served, it was formed of various materials, of marble and gypsum in the open spaces of cities and by the wayside, of wood in the teocallis or chapels on pyramidal summits and in subterranean sanctuaries, and of emerald or jasper in the palaces of kings and nobles. When we ask the question how it comes that the sign of the cross has thus been reverenced from the highest antiquity by the races of the Old and New Worlds, we learn that it is a reminiscence of the Garden of Eden, in other words, of Atlantis. Professor Hardwick says, "All these and similar traditions are but mocking satires of the old Hebrew story, jarred and broken notes of the same strain, but with all their exaggerations they intimate how in the background of man's vision lay a paradise of holy joy, a paradise secured from every kind of profanation and made inaccessible to the guilty, a paradise full of objects that were calculated to delight the senses and to elevate the mind, a paradise that granted to its tenant rich and rare immunities, and that fed with its perennial streams the tree of life and immortality." To quote again from the writer in the Edinburgh Review already cited, "Its undoubted antiquity, no less than its extraordinary diffusion, evidences that it must have been, as it may be said to be still in unchristianized lands, emblematical of some fundamental doctrine or mystery. The reader will not have failed to observe that it is most usually associated with water. It was the key of the Nile, that mystical instrument by means of which, in the popular judgment of his Egyptian devotees, Osiris produced the annual revivifying inundations of the sacred stream. It is discernible in that mysterious pitcher or vase portrayed on the brazen table of Bembas, before mentioned, with its 4 lips discharging as many streams of water in opposite directions. It was the emblem of the water deities of the Babylonians in the east, and of the Gothic nations in the west, as well as that of the rain deities, respectively, of the mixed population in America. We have seen with what peculiar rites the symbol was honored by those widely separated races in the Western Hemisphere, and the monumental slabs of Nineveh, now in the museums of London and Paris, show us how it was similarly honored by the successors of the Chaldees in the Eastern, ancient Irish cross, pre-Christian, Kilnaboy. In Egypt, Assyria, and Britain, it was emblematical of creative power and eternity. In India, China, and Scandinavia, of heaven and immortality. In the two Americas, of rejuvenescence and freedom from physical suffering, while in both hemispheres it was the common symbol of the resurrection, or the sign of the life to come. And finally, in all heathen communities without exception, it was the emphatic type, the sole enduring evidence of the divine unity. This circumstance alone determines its extreme antiquity, an antiquity, in all likelihood, long antecedent to the foundation of either of the three great systems of religion in the East. And lastly, we have seen how, as a rule, it is found in conjunction with a stream or streams of water, with exuberant vegetation, and with a bill or a mountainous region, in a word, with a land of beauty, fertility, and joy. Thus it was expressed upon those circular and sacred cakes of the Egyptians, composed of the richest materials, of flour, of honey, of milk, and with which the serpent and bull, as well as other reptiles and beasts, consecrated to the service of Isis and their higher divinities, were daily fed, and upon certain festivals were eaten with extraordinary ceremony by the people and their priests. The cross cake, says Sir Gardner Wilkinson, was their hieroglyph for civilized land, obviously a land superior to their own, as it was, indeed, to all other mundane territories, for it was that distant traditional country of sempiternal contentment and repose, of exquisite delight and serenity, where nature, unassisted by man, produces all that is necessary for his sustentation. And this land was the Garden of Eden of our race. This was the Olympus of the Greeks, where this same mild season gives the blooms to blow, the buds to harden, and the fruits to grow. In the midst of it was a sacred and glorious eminence, the umbilicus orbis terrarum, toward which the heathen in all parts of the world and in all ages turned a wistful gaze in every act of devotion, and to which they hoped to be admitted, or rather to be restored, at the close of this transitory scene. In this glorious eminence do we not see Plato's mountain in the middle of Atlantis, as he describes it? Near the plain and in the center of the island there was a mountain, not very high on any side, and this mountain there dwelt one of the earth-born primeval men of that country, whose name was Ivanor, and he had a wife named Leucippe, and they had an only daughter who was named Cleito. Poseidon married her. He enclosed the hill in which she dwelt all around, making alternate zones of sea and land, larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, so that no man could get to the island. He brought streams of water under the earth to this mountain island, and made all manner of food to grow upon it. This island became the seat of Atlas, the over-king of the whole island. Upon it they built the great temple of their nation. They continued to ornament it in successive generations, every king surpassing the one who came before him to the utmost of his power, until they made the building a marvel to behold for size and beauty. And they had such an amount of wealth as was never before possessed by kings and potentates, as is not likely ever to be again. The gardens of Alcinous and Laertes, of which we read in Homeric song, and those of Babylon, were probably transcripts of Atlantis. The sacred eminence in the midst of a superabundant, happy region figures more or less distinctly in almost every mythology, ancient or modern. It was the Mesomphalos of the earlier Greeks, and the Omphalium of the Cretans, dominating the Elysian fields, upon whose tops, bathed in pure, brilliant, incomparable light, the gods passed their days in ceaseless joys. The Buddhists and Brahmans, who together constitute nearly half the population of the world, tell us that the decusated figure, the cross, whether in a simple or a complex form, symbolizes the traditional happy abode of their primeval ancestors, that paradise of Eden toward the east, as we find expressed in the Hebrew. And let us ask, what better picture or more significant characters in the complicated alphabet of symbolism could have been selected for the purpose than a circle and a cross, the one to denote a region of absolute purity and perpetual felicity, the other those four perennial streams that divided and watered the several quarters of it. Edinburgh Review, January 1870. And when we turn to the mythology of the Greeks, we find that the origin of the world was ascribed to Okeanos, the ocean. The world was at first an island surrounded by the ocean, as by a great stream. It was a region of wonders of all kinds. Okeanos lived there with his wife Tethys. These were the islands of the blessed, the gardens of the gods, the sources of nectar and ambrosia, on which the gods lived. Within this circle of water, the earth lay spread out like a disk, with mountains rising from it, and the vault of heaven appearing to rest upon its outer edge all around. Murray's Manual of Mythology, pages 23, 24, and following. On the mountains dwelt the gods. They had palaces on these mountains, with storerooms, stabling, etc. The gardens of the Hesperides, with their golden apples, were believed to exist in some island of the ocean, or, as it was sometimes thought, in the islands off the north or west coast of Africa. They were far famed in antiquity, for it was there that springs of nectar flowed by the couch of Zeus, and there that the earth displayed the rarest blessings of the gods. It was another Eden. Ibidem, page 156. Homer described it in these words: "Stern winter smiles on that auspicious clime. The fields are florid with unfading prime. From the bleak pole no winds inclement blow, mold the round hail, or flake the fleecy snow. But from the breezy deep the blest inhale the fragrant murmurs of the western gale." It was the sacred Asgard of the Scandinavians, springing from the center of a fruitful land, which was watered by four primeval rivers of milk, severally flowing in the direction of the cardinal points, the abode of happiness and the height of bliss. It is the Tian Shan, the celestial mountain land, the enchanted gardens of the Chinese and Tartars, watered by the four perennial fountains of Tichin, or immortality. It is the hill-encompassed Ila of the Singhalese and Tibetans, the everlasting dwelling place of the wise and just. It is the Sineru of the Buddhist, on the summit of which is Taurutsa, the habitation of Sekra, the supreme god, from which proceed the four sacred streams, running in as many contrary directions. It is the Slavrata, the celestial earth of the Hindu, the summit of his golden mountain Meru, the city of Brahma, in the center of Jambadvipa, and from the four sides of which gush forth the four primeval rivers, reflecting in their passage the colorific glories of their source, and severally flowing northward, southward, eastward, and westward. It is the Garden of Eden of the Hebrews. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pison. That is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is Delian and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel. That is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the fourth river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. Genesis 2:8-1-5. As the four rivers named in Genesis are not branches of any one stream and head in very different regions, it is evident that there was an attempt on the part of the writer of the book to adapt an ancient tradition concerning another country to the known features of the region in which he dwelt. Josephus tells us, chapter 1, page 41, "Now the Garden of Eden was watered by one river, which ran round about the whole earth, and was parted into 4 parts. Here, in the 4 parts, we see the origin of the cross, while in the river running around the whole earth we have the wonderful canal of Atlantis, described by Plato, which was carried around the whole of the plain, and received the streams which came down from the mountains." The streams named by Josephus would seem to represent the migrations of people from Atlantis to its colonies. Phison, he tells us, denotes a multitude. It ran into India. The Euphrates and Tigris go down into the Red Sea, while the Aegean runs through Egypt. We are further told, chapter 2, page 42, that when Cain, after the murder of Abel, left the land of Edom, he traveled over many countries before he reached the land of Nod. And the land of Nod was to the eastward of Adam's home. In other words, the original seat of mankind was in the west, that is to say, in the direction of Atlantis. Wilson tells us that the Aryans of India believed that they originally came from the west. Thus the nations on the west of the Atlantic looked to the east for their place of origin, while on the east of the Atlantic they looked to the west. Thus all the lines of tradition converge upon Atlantis. But here is the same testimony that in the Garden of Eden there were 4 rivers radiating from one parent stream. And these 4 rivers, as we have seen, we find in the Scandinavian traditions, and in the legends of the Chinese, the Tartars, the Sinhalese, the Tibeteans, the Buddhists, the Hebrews, and the Brahmins. And not only do we find this tradition of the Garden of Eden in the Old World, but it meets us also among the civilized races of America. The elder Montezuma said to Cortes, "Our fathers dwelt in that happy and prosperous place which they called Aztlan, which means whiteness. In this place there is a great mountain in the middle of the water, which is called Culhuacan, because it has the point somewhat turned over toward the bottom. And for this cause it is called Culhuacan, which means crooked mountain." He then proceeds to describe the charms of this favored land, abounding in birds, game, fish, trees, fountains enclosed with elders and junipers, and alder trees both large and beautiful. The people planted maize, red peppers, tomatoes, beans, and all kinds of plants in furrows. Here we have the same mountain in the midst of the water which Plato describes, the same mountain to which all the legends of the most ancient races of Europe refer. The inhabitants of Aztlan were boatmen. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 325. E.G. Squire, in his Notes on Central America, page 349, says, "It is a significant fact that in the map of their migrations presented by Gemelli, the place of the origin of the Aztecs is designated by the sign of water, Atl, standing for Atzlan, a pyramidal temple with grades, and near these a palm tree." This circumstance did not escape the attention of Humboldt, who says, "I am astonished at finding a palm tree near this teocalli. This tree certainly does not indicate a northern origin. The possibility that an unskilful artist should unintentionally represent a tree of which he had no knowledge is so great that any argument dependent on it hangs upon a slender thread." North Americans of Antiquity, page 266. The Mixtecs, a tribe dwelling on the outskirts of Mexico, had a tradition that the gods, in the day of obscurity and darkness, built a sumptuous palace, a masterpiece of skill, in which they made their abode upon a mountain. The rock was called the Place of Heaven. There the gods first abode on earth, living many years in great rest and content, as in a happy and delicious land, though the world still lay in obscurity and darkness. The children of these gods made to themselves a garden, in which they put many trees, and fruit trees, and flowers, and roses, and odorous herbs. Subsequently there came a great deluge, in which many of the sons and daughters of the gods perished. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 71. Here we have a distinct reference to Olympus, the garden of Plato, and the destruction of Atlantis. And in Plato's account of Atlantis we have another description of the Garden of Eden and the golden age of the world. Also, whatever fragrant things there are in the earth, whether roots or herbage or woods, or distilling drops of flowers and fruits, grew and thrived in that land. And again the cultivated fruits of the earth, both the edible fruits and other species of food, which we call by the name of legumes, and the fruits having a hard rind, affording drinks and meats and ointments, all these that sacred island, lying beneath the sun, brought forth in abundance. For many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, they were obedient to the laws, and well affectioned toward the gods, who were their kinsmen. For they possessed true and in every way great spirits, practicing gentleness and wisdom in the various chances of life, and in their intercourse with one another. They despised everything but virtue, not caring for their present state of life, and thinking lightly of the possession of gold and other property, which seemed only a burden to them. Neither were they intoxicated by luxury, nor did wealth deprive them of their self-control, but they were sober, and saw clearly that all these goods were increased by virtuous friendship with one another, and that by excessive zeal for them and honor of them, the good of them is lost, and friendship perishes with them. All this cannot be a mere coincidence. It points to a common tradition of a veritable land, where 4 rivers flow down in opposite directions from a central mountain peak, and these 4 rivers, flowing to the north, south, east, and west, constitute the origin of that sign of the cross which we have seen meeting us at every point among the races who were either descended from the people of Atlantis, or who, by commerce and colonization, received their opinions and civilization from them. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Section 32, Part 4, Chapter 5, Part 2 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Chapter 5, Part 2. Let us look at the question of the identity of the Garden of Eden with Atlantis from another point of view. If the alphabet of the Phoenicians is kindred with the Maya alphabet, as I think is clear, then the Phoenicians were of the same race, or of some race, with which the Mayas were connected. In other words, they were from Atlantis. Now we know that the Phoenicians and Hebrews were of the same stock, used the same alphabet, and spoke almost precisely the same language. The Phoenicians preserved traditions which have come down to us in the writings of Sanchoniathon, of all the great essential inventions or discoveries which underlie civilization. The first 2 human beings, they tell us, were Protagoras and Ion, Adam and Havath, who produced Janus and Genea, Ken and Kenath, from whom again are descended three brothers named Pos, Pur, and Plox, light, fire, and flame, because they have discovered how to produce fire by the friction of two pieces of wood, and have taught the use of this element. In another fragment, at the origin of the human race, we see in succession the fraternal couples of Autochthon and Technites, Adam and Cain, inventors of the manufacture of bricks, Agros and Agrotes, Sade and Sed, fathers of the agriculturists and hunters, then Aminos and Magos, who taught to dwell in villages and rear flocks. The connection between these Atlantean traditions and the Bible record is shown in many things. For instance, the Greek text, in expressing the invention of Aminos, uses the words ko mas kai poimnas, which are precisely the same as the terms ohel umikne, which the Bible uses in speaking of the dwellings of the descendants of Jabal, Genesis chapter 4, 5:20. In like manner, Lamech, both in the signification of his name and also in the savage character attributed to him by the legend attached to his memory, is a true synonym of Agrotes. And the title of Aletai, given to Agros and Agrotes in the Greek of the Phoenician history, fits in wonderfully with the physiognomy of the race of the Cainites in the Bible narrative, whether we take Aletai simply as a Hellenized transcription of the Semitic Elim, the strong, the mighty, or whether we take it in its Greek acceptation, the wanderers, for such is the destiny of Cain and his race, according to the very terms of the condemnation which was inflicted upon him after his crime, Genesis 4:14. And this is what is signified by the name of his grandson, Irad. Only in Sanchuniathon the genealogy does not end with Aminos and Magos, as that of the Cainites in the Bible does with the three sons of Lamech. These two personages are succeeded by Misor and Siddiq, the released and the just, and Sanchuniathon translates them, but rather the upright and the just, Mishor and Suduk, who invent the use of salt. To Misor is born Tautos, Taut, to whom we owe letters, and to Siddiq the Keberai or Corybantes, the institutors of navigation. Lenderman, Genealogies Between Adam and the Deluge, Contemporary Review, April 1880. We have also the fact that the Phoenician name for their goddess Astinome, Ashtar, Noema, whom the Greeks called Nemaun, was the same as the name of the sister of the three sons of Lamech as given in Genesis, Naema or Naama. If then the original seat of the Hebrews and Phoenicians was the Garden of Eden, to the west of Europe, and if the Phoenicians are shown to be connected through their alphabets with the Central Americans, who looked to an island in the sea to the eastward as their starting point, the conclusion becomes irresistible that Atlantis and the Garden of Eden were one and the same. The Pyramid. Not only are the cross and the Garden of Eden identified with Atlantis, but in Atlantis, the habitation of the gods, we find the original model of all those pyramids which extend from India to Peru. This singular architectural construction dates back far beyond the birth of history. In the Puranas of the Hindus, we read of pyramids long anterior in time to any which have survived to our day. Cheops was preceded by a countless host of similar erections, which have long since mouldered into ruins. If the reader will turn to page 104 of this work, he will see, in the midst of the picture of Aztlan, the starting point of the Aztecs, according to the Boccherini pictured writing, a pyramid with worshippers kneeling before it. 50 years ago, Mr. Faber, in his Origin of Pagan Idolatry, placed artificial tumuli, pyramids, and pagodas in the same category, conceiving that all were transcripts of the holy mountain, which was generally supposed to have stood in the center of Eden. or rather, as intimated in more than one place by the psalmist, the garden itself was situated on an eminence. Psalms chapter 3, 5, 4, and chapter 68, 15, 16, 18. The pyramid is one of the marvelous features of that problem which confronts us everywhere, and which is insoluble without Atlantis. The Arabian traditions linked the pyramid with the flood. In a manuscript preserved in the Bodleian Library and translated by Dr. Sprenger, Abu Balkhi says, "The wise men, previous to the flood, foreseeing an impending judgment from heaven, either by submersion or fire, which would destroy every created thing, built upon the tops of the mountains in Upper Egypt many pyramids of stone, in order to have some refuge against the approaching calamity. 2 of these buildings exceeded the rest in height, being 400 cubits high, and as many broad, and as many long. They were built with large blocks of marble, and they were so well put together that the joints were scarcely perceptible. Upon the exterior of the building every charm and wonder of physic was inscribed." This tradition locates these monster structures upon the mountains of Upper Egypt, but there are no buildings of such dimensions to be found anywhere in Egypt. Is it not probable that we have here another reference to the great record preserved in the land of the deluge? Were not the pyramids of Egypt and America imitations of similar structures in Atlantis? Might not the building of such a gigantic edifice have given rise to the legends existing on both continents in regard to a Tower of Babel? How did the human mind hit upon this singular edifice, the pyramid? By what process of development did it reach it? Why should these extraordinary structures crop out on the banks of the Nile, and amid the forests and plains of America? And why, in both countries, should they stand with their sides square to the 4 cardinal points of the compass? Are they in this, too, a reminiscence of the cross and of the 4 rivers of Atlantis that ran to the north, south, east, and west? There is yet a third combination that demands a specific notice. The decussated symbol is not unfrequently planted upon what Christian archaeologists designate a Calvary, that is, upon a mount or a cone. Thus it is represented in both hemispheres. The megalithic structure of Callernish in the island of Luz before mentioned is the most perfect example of the practice extant in Europe. The mount is preserved to this day. This, to be brief, was the recognized conventional mode of expressing a particular primitive truth or mystery from the days of the Chaldeans to those of the Gnostics, or from one extremity of the civilized world to the other. It is seen in the treatment of the Esh Yggdrasil of the Scandinavians, as well as in that of the Botri of the Buddhists. The prototype was not the Egyptian, but the Babylonian Crux ansata, the lower member of which constitutes a conical support for the oval or sphere above it. With the Gnostics, who occupied the debatable ground between primitive Christianity and philosophic paganism, and who inscribed it upon their tombs, the cone symbolized death as well as life. In every heathen mythology it was the universal emblem of the goddess or mother of heaven, by whatsoever name she was addressed, whether as Melita, Astarte, Aphrodite, Isis, Mata, or Venus, and the several eminences consecrated to her worship were, like those upon which Jupiter was originally adored, of a conical or pyramidal shape. This, too, is the ordinary form of the altars dedicated to the Assyrian god of fertility. In exceptional instances the cone is introduced upon one or the other of the sides, or is distinguishable in the always accompanying mystical tree. Edinburgh Review, July 1870. If the reader will again turn to page 104 of this work, he will see that the tree appears on the top of the pyramid or mountain in both the Aztec representations of Aztlan, the original island home of the Central American races. The writer just quoted believes that Mr. Faber is correct in his opinion that the pyramid is a transcript of the sacred mountain which stood in the midst of Eden, the Olympus of Atlantis. He adds, Thomas Morris, who is no mean authority, held the same view. He conceived the use to which pyramids in particular were anciently applied to have been threefold, namely, as tombs, temples, and observatories, and this view he labors to establish in the 3rd volume of his Indian Antiquities. Now, whatever may be their actual date, or with whatsoever people they may have originated, whether in Africa or Asia, in the lower valley of the Nile or in the plains of Chaldea, the pyramids of Egypt were unquestionably destined to very opposite purposes. According to Herodotus, they were introduced by the Hyksos, and Proclus, the Platonic philosopher, connects them with the science of astronomy, a science which, he adds, the Egyptians derived from the Chaldeans. Hence, we may reasonably infer that they served as well for temples for planetary worships as for observatories. Subsequently to the descent of the shepherds, their hallowed precincts were invaded by royalty, from motives of pride and superstition, and the principal chamber in each was used as tombs. The pyramidal imitations, dear to the hearts of colonists of the sacred mountain upon which their gods dwelt, was devoted, as perhaps the mountain itself was, to sun and fire worship. The same writer says, that Sabian worship once extensively prevailed in the New World is a well-authenticated fact. It is yet practiced to some extent by the wandering tribes on the northern continent, and was the national religion of the Peruvians at the time of the conquest. That it was also the religion of their more highly civilized predecessors on the soil, south of the equator more especially, is evidenced by the remains of fire altars, both round and square, scattered about the shores of Lakes Umayu and Titicaca, and which are the counterparts of the Guber Dock Mass overhanging the Caspian Sea. Accordingly, we find among these and other vestiges of antiquity that indissolubly connected those long since extinct populations in the New with the races of the Old World, the well-defined symbol of the Maltese cross. On the Mexican ferror, before alluded to, and which is most elaborately carved in bas-relief on a massive piece of polygonous granite, constituting a portion of a Cyclopean wall, the cross is enclosed within the ring, and accompanying it are 4 tassel-like ornaments, graved equally well. Those accompaniments, however, are disposed without any particular regard to order, but the 4 arms of the cross, nevertheless, severally and accurately point to the cardinal quarters. The same regularity is observable on a much smaller, but not less curious monument, which was discovered some time since in an ancient Peruvian huaca or catacomb, namely a syrinx or Pandean pipe, cut out of a solid mass of lapis olaris, the sides of which are profusely ornamented, not only with Maltese crosses, but also with other symbols very similar in style to those inscribed on the obelisks of Egypt and on the monoliths of this country. The like figure occurs on the equally ancient Etrusco black pottery. But by far the most remarkable example of this form of the cross in the New World is that which appears on a second type of the Mexican ferror, engraved on a tablet of gypsum, and which is described at length by its discoverer, Captain Dupay, and depicted by his friend, M. Barrader. Here the accompaniments, a shield, a hamlet, and a couple of bad amulets or rosaries, are, with a single exception, identical in even the minutest particular with an Assyrian monument emblematical of the deity. No country in the world can compare with India for the exposition of the pyramidal cross. There the stupendous labor of Egypt are rivalled, and sometimes surpassed. Indeed, but for the fact of such monuments of patient industry and unexampled skill being still in existence, the accounts of some others, which have long since disappeared, having succumbed to the ravages of time, and the fury of the bigoted Mussulman, would sound in our ears as incredible as the story of Porsenna's tomb, which overtopped old Pelion and made Ossa like a wart. Yet something not very dissimilar in character to it was formerly the boast of the ancient city of Benares on the banks of the Ganges. We allude to the great temple of Bind Madhu, which was demolished in the 17th century by the Emperor Aurungzebe. Tavernier, the French baron, who travelled thither about the year 1680, has preserved a brief description of it. The body of the temple was constructed in the figure of a colossal cross, that is, a St. Andrew's cross, with a lofty dome at the center, above which rose a massive structure of a pyramidal form. At the four extremities of the cross there were four other pyramids of proportionate dimensions, and which were ascended from the outside by steps, with balconies at stated distances for places of rest, reminding us of the temple of Belus, as described in the pages of Herodotus. The remains of a similar building are found at Mutra, on the banks of the Jumna. This and many others, including the subterranean temple at Elephanta and the caverns of Elora and Salsette, are described at length in the well-known work by Maurice, who adds that, besides these, there was yet another device, in which the Hindu displayed the all-pervading sign. This was by pyramidal towers placed crosswise. All the famous temple of Chilambram on the Coromandel coast, there were 7 lofty walls, one within the other, round the central quadrangle, and as many pyramidal gateways in the midst of each side, which forms the limbs of a vast cross. In Mexico, pyramids were found everywhere. Cortes, in a letter to Charles V, states that he counted 400 of them at Cholula. Their temples were on those high places. The most ancient pyramids in Mexico are at Teotihuacan, 8 leagues from the city of Mexico. The 2 largest were dedicated to the sun and moon respectively, each built of cut stone, with a level area at the summit and 4 stages leading up to it. The larger one is 680 feet square at the base, about 200 feet high, and covers an area of 11 acres. The pyramid of Cholula, measured by Humboldt, is 160 feet high, 1,400 feet square at the base, and covers 45 acres. The Great Pyramid of Egypt, Cheops, is 746 feet square, 450 feet high, and covers between 12 and 13 acres. So that it appears that the base of the Teotihuacan structure is nearly as large as that of Cheops, while that of Cholula covers nearly 4 times as much space. The Cheops pyramid, however, exceeds very much in height both the American structures. Señor Garcia y Cubas thinks the pyramids of Teotihuacan, Mexico, were built for the same purpose as those of Egypt. He considers the analogy established in 11 particulars, as follows. 1. The site chosen is the same. 2. The structures are oriented with slight variation. 3. The line through the centers of the structures is in the astronomical meridian. 4. The construction in grades and steps is the same. 5. In both cases the larger pyramids are dedicated to the sun. 6. The Nile has a valley of the dead, as in Teotihuacan there is a street of the dead. 7. Some monuments in each class have the nature of fortifications. 8. The smaller mounds are of the same nature and for the same purpose. 9. Both pyramids have a small mound joined to one of their faces. 10. The openings discovered in the Pyramid of the Moon are also found in some Egyptian pyramids. 11. The interior arrangements of the pyramids are analogous. Ensayo de un estudio. It is objected that the American edifices are different in form from the Egyptian, in that they are truncated or flattened at the top, but this is not an universal rule. In many of the ruined cities of Yucatan, One or more pyramids have been found upon the summit of which no traces of any building could be discovered, although upon surrounding pyramids such structures could be found. There is also some reason to believe that perfect pyramids have been found in America. Waldeck found near Palenque 2 pyramids in a state of perfect preservation, square at the base, pointed at the top, and 31 feet high, their sides forming equilateral triangles. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 58. Bradford thinks that some of the Egyptian pyramids, and those which with some reason it has been supposed are the most ancient, are precisely similar to the Mexican Teocalli, North Americans of Antiquity, page 423. And there is in Egypt another form of pyramid called the mastaba, which, like the Mexican, was flattened on the top, while in Assyria structures flattened like the Mexican are found. In fact, says one writer, this form of temple, the flat-topped, has been found from Mesopotamia to the Pacific Ocean. The Phoenicians also built pyramids. In the 13th century, the Dominican Brocard visited the ruins of the Phoenician city of Mrith, or Marathos, and speaks in the strongest terms of admiration of those pyramids of surprising grandeur, constructed of blocks of stone from 26 to 28 feet long, whose thickness exceeded the stature of a tall man. Prehistoric Nations, page 144. If, says Ferguson, we still hesitate to pronounce that there was any connection between the builders of the pyramids of Suku and Oaxaca, or the temples of Xochialco and Borobudur, we must at least allow that the likeness is startling and difficult to account for on the theory of mere accidental coincidence. Pyramids of Egypt. The Egyptian pyramids all stand with their sides to the cardinal points, while many of the Mexican pyramids do likewise. The Egyptian pyramids were penetrated by small passageways, so were the Mexican. The pyramid of Teotihuacan, according to Almarez, has, at a point 69 feet from the base, a gallery large enough to admit a man crawling on hands and knees, which extends inward on an incline a distance of 20 feet and terminates in 2 square wells or chambers, each 5 feet square and one of them 15 feet deep. Mr. Lowenstern states, according to Mr. Bancroft, Native Races, Volume 4, page 533, that the gallery is 157 feet long, increasing in height to over 6 feet and a half as it penetrates the pyramid, that the well is over 6 feet square, extending apparently down to the base and up to the summit, and that other cross galleries are blocked up by debris. In the pyramid of Cheops there is a similar opening or passageway 49 feet above the base. It is 3 feet 11 inches high and 3 feet 5½ inches wide. It leads down a slope to a sepulchral chamber or well, and connects with other passageways leading up into the body of the pyramid. In both the Egyptian and the American pyramids, the outside of the structures was covered with a thick coating of smooth, shining cement. Humboldt considered the pyramid of Cholula of the same time as the temple of Jupiter Belus, the pyramids of Meidon, Dakhur, and the group of Saqqara in Egypt. Great Pyramid of Skok. In both America and Egypt, the pyramids were used as places of sepulture, and it is a remarkable fact that the system of earthworks and mounds, kindred to the pyramids, is found even in England. Salisbury Hill at Avebury is an artificial mound 170 feet high. It is connected with ramparts, avenues 1,480 yards long, circular ditches and stone circles, almost identical with those found in the valley of the Mississippi. In Ireland the dead were buried in vaults of stone, and the earth raised over them, and pyramids flattened on the top. They were called moats by the people. We have found the stone vaults at the base of similar truncated pyramids in Ohio. There can be no doubt that the pyramid was a developed and perfected mound, and that the parent form of these curious structures is to be found in Salisbury Hill and in the mounds of earth of Central America and the Mississippi Valley. We find the emblem of the cross in pre-Christian times venerated as a holy symbol on both sides of the Atlantic, and we find it explained as a type of the 4 rivers of the Happy Island where the civilization of the race originated. We find everywhere among the European and American nations the memory of an Eden of the race, where the first man dwelt in primeval peace and happiness, and which was afterward destroyed by water. We find the pyramid on both sides of the Atlantic, with its 4 sides pointing, like the arms of the cross, to the 4 cardinal points, a reminiscence of Olympus, and in the Aztec representation of Olympus, Aztlan, we find the pyramid as the central and typical figure. Is it possible to suppose all these extraordinary coincidences to be the result of accident? We might just as well say that the similarities between the American and English forms of government were not the result of relationship or descent, but that men placed in similar circumstances had spontaneous and necessarily reached the same results. End of chapter 5. Section 33, Part 4, Chapter 6 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Chapter 6, Gold and Silver, the Sacred Metals of Atlantis. Money is the instrumentality by which man is lifted above the limitations of barter. Baron Storch terms it the marvelous instrument to which we are indebted for our wealth and civilization. It is interesting to inquire into the various articles which have been used in different countries and ages as money. The following is a table of some of them. Articles of utility. India, cakes of tea. China, pieces of silk. Abyssinia, salt. Iceland and Newfoundland, codfish. Illinois in early days, coonskins. Bornu, Africa, cotton shirts. Ancient Russia, skins of wild animals. West India Islands, 1500, cocoa nuts. Massachusetts Indians, wampum and musket balls. Virginia, 1700s, tobacco. British West India Islands, pins, snuff, and whiskey. Central South America, soap, chocolate, and eggs. Ancient Romans, cattle. Ancient Greece, nails of copper and iron. The Lacedaemonians, iron. The Burman Empire, lead. Russia, 1828 to 1845, platinum. Rome, under Numa Pompilius, wood and leather. Rome, under the Caesars, land. Carthaginians, leather. Ancient Britons, cattle, slaves, brass, and iron. England, under James II, tin, gunmetal, and pewter. South Sea Islands, axes and hammers. Articles of ornament. Ancient Jews, jewels. The Indian Islands and Africa, cowrie shells. Convention signs. Holland, 1574, pieces of pasteboard. China, 1200s, bark of the mulberry tree. It is evident that every primitive people uses as money those articles upon which they set the highest value, as cattle, jewels, slaves, salt, musket balls, pins, snuff, whiskey, cotton shirts, leather, axes, and hammers, or those articles for which there was a foreign demand, and which they could trade off to the merchants for articles of necessity, as tea, silk, codfish, coonskins, cocoanuts, and tobacco. Then there is a later stage, when the stamp of the government is impressed upon paper, wood, pasteboard, or the bark of trees, and these articles are given a legal tender character. When a civilized nation comes in contact with a barbarous people, they seek to trade with them for those things which they need. A metal-working people, manufacturing weapons of iron or copper, will seek for the useful metals, and hence we find iron, copper, tin, and lead coming into use as a standard of values, as money, for they can always be converted into articles of use and weapons of war. But when we ask how it chanced that gold and silver came to be used as money, and why it is that gold is regarded as so much more valuable than silver, no answer presents itself. It was impossible to make either of them into pots or pans, swords or spears. They were not necessarily more beautiful than glass, or the combinations of tin and copper. Nothing astonished the American races more than the extraordinary value set upon gold and silver by the Spaniards. They could not understand it. A West Indian savage traded a handful of gold dust with one of the sailors accompanying Columbus for some tool, and then ran for his life to the woods, lest the sailor should repent his bargain and call him back. The Mexicans had coins of tin, shaped like a letter T. We can understand this, for tin was necessary to them in hardening their bronze implements, and it may have been the highest type of metallic value among them. A round copper coin with a serpent stamped on it was found at Palenque, and T-shaped copper coins are very abundant in the ruins of Central America. This too we can understand, for copper was necessary in every work of art or utility. All these nations were familiar with gold and silver, but they used them as sacred metals for the adornment of the temples of the sun and moon. The color of gold was something of the color of the sun's rays, while the color of silver resembled the pale light of the moon, and hence they were respectively sacred to the gods of the sun and moon. And this is probably the origin of the comparative value of these metals. They became the precious metals because they were the sacred metals, and gold was more valuable than silver, just as the sun god was the great god of the nations, while the mild moon was simply an attendant upon the sun. The Peruvians called gold the tears wept by the sun. It was not used among the people for ornament or money. The great temple of the sun at Cusco was called the place of gold. It was, as I have shown, literally a mine of gold. Walls, cornices, statuary, plate, ornaments, all were of gold. The very ewers, pipes, and aqueducts, even the agricultural implements used in the garden of the temple, were of gold and silver. The value of the jewels which adorned the temple was equal to 180 millions of dollars. The riches of the kingdom can be conceived when we remember that from a pyramid in Chimu, a Spanish explorer named Toledo took, in 1577, 4,450,284 in gold and silver. New American Encyclopedia, article American Antiquities. The gold and silver of Peru largely contributed to form the metallic currency upon which Europe has carried on her commerce during the last 300 years. Gold and silver were not valued in Peru for any intrinsic usefulness. They were regarded as sacred because reserved for the two great gods of the nation. As we find gold and silver mined and worked on both sides of the Atlantic at the earliest periods of recorded history, we may fairly conclude that they were known to the Atlanteans, and this view is confirmed by the statements of Plato, who represents a condition of things in Atlantis exactly like that which Pizarro found in Peru. Doubtless the vast accumulations of gold and silver in both countries were due to the fact that these metals were not permitted to be used by the people. In Peru, the annual taxes of the people were paid to the Inca in part in gold and silver from the mines, and they were used to ornament the temples, and thus the work of accumulating the sacred metals went on from generation to generation. The same process doubtless led to the vast accumulation in the temples of Atlantis, as described by Plato. Now, as the Atlanteans carried on an immense commerce with all the countries of Europe and Western Asia, they doubtless inquired and traded for gold and silver for the adornment of their temples, and they thus produced a demand for, and gave a value to the two metals otherwise comparatively useless to man, a value higher than any other commodity which the people could offer their civilized customers. And as the reverence for the great burning orb of the sun, master of all the manifestations of nature, was tenfold as great as the veneration for the smaller, weaker, and variable goddess of the night, so was the demand for the metal sacred to the sun 10 times as great as for the metal sacred to the moon. This view is confirmed by the fact that the root of the word by which the Celts, the Greeks, and the Romans designated gold was the Sanskrit word karat, which means the color of the sun. Among the Assyrians, gold and silver were respectively consecrated to the sun and moon, precisely as they were in Peru. A pyramid belonging to the palace of Nineveh is referred to repeatedly in the inscriptions. It was composed of 7 stages, equal in height, and each one smaller in area than the one beneath it. Each stage was covered with stucco of different colors, a different color representing each of the heavenly bodies, the least important being at the base: white, Venus; black, Saturn; purple, Jupiter; blue, Mercury; vermilion, Mars; silver, the moon; and gold, the sun. Lenormand's Ancient History of the East, Volume 1, page 463. In England, to this day, the new moon is saluted with a bow or a courtesy, as well as the curious practice of turning one silver, which seems a relic of the offering of the moon's proper metal. Tyler's Anthropology, page 361. The custom of wishing when one first sees the new moon is probably a survival of moon worship, the wish taking the place of the prayer. And thus has it come to pass that precisely as the physicians of Europe 50 years ago practiced bleeding because for thousands of years their savage ancestors had used it to draw away the evil spirits out of the man, so the business of our modern civilization is dependent upon the superstition of a past civilization, and the bankers of the world are today perpetuating the adoration of the tears wept by the sun, which was commenced ages since on the island of Atlantis. And it becomes a grave question, when we remember that the rapidly increasing business of the world, consequent upon an increasing population, and a civilization advancing with giant steps, is measured by the standard of a currency limited by natural laws, decreasing annually in production, and incapable of expanding proportionately to the growth of the world, whether this Atlantean superstition may not yet inflict more incalculable injuries on mankind than those which resulted from the practice of phlebotomy. End of chapter 6.
Section 34, Part 5, Chapter 1 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cody 2. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly, Part 5, Chapter 1. Part 5, The Colonies of Atlantis. Chapter 1, The Central American and Mexican Colonies. The western shores of Atlantis were not far distant from the West India Islands. A people possessed of ships could readily pass from island to island until they reached the continent. Columbus found the natives making such voyages in open canoes. If, then, we will suppose that there was no original connection between the inhabitants of the mainland and of Atlantis, the commercial activity of the Atlanteans would soon reveal to them the shores of the Gulf. Commerce implies the plantation of colonies. The trading post is always the nucleus of a settlement. We have seen this illustrated in modern times in the case of the English East India Company and the Hudson Bay Company. We can, therefore, readily believe that commercial intercourse between Atlantis and Yucatan, Honduras and Mexico, created colonies along the shores of the Gulf which gradually spread into the interior and to the high table-lands of Mexico. And accordingly we find, as I have already shown, that all the traditions of Central America and Mexico point to some country in the east and beyond the sea, as the source of their first civilized people, and this region, known among them as Azatlan, lived in the memory of the people as a beautiful and happy land, where their ancestors had dwelt in peace for many generations. Dr. Le Plongeon, who spent 4 years exploring Yucatan, says, "1/3 of this tongue, the Maya, is pure Greek. Who brought the dialect of Homer to America? Or who took to Greece that of the Mayas? Greek is the offspring of the Sanskrit. Is Maya? Or are they coeval? The Maya is not devoid of words from the Assyrian." That the population of Central America, and in this term I include Mexico, was at one time very dense, and had attained to a high degree of civilization, higher even than that of Europe in the time of Columbus, there can be no question, and it is also probable, as I have shown, that they originally belonged to the white race. Desiree Charnay, who is now exploring the ruins of Central America, says, in North American Review, January, 1881, page 48, "The Toltecs were fair, robust, and bearded. I have often seen Indians of pure blood with blue eyes. Quetzalcoatl was represented as large, with a big head and a heavy beard. The same author speaks, page 44, of the ocean of ruins all around, not inferior to the size of those of Egypt. At Teotihuacan he measured one building 2,000 feet on each side, and 15 pyramids, each nearly as large in the base as Cheops. The city is indeed of vast extent. The whole ground, over a space of 5 or 6 miles in diameter, is covered with heaps of ruins. Ruins which at first make no impression, so complete is their dilapidation. He asserts the great antiquity of these ruins, because he found the very highways of the ancient city to be composed of broken bricks and pottery, the debris left by earlier populations. This continent," he says, page 43, "is the land of mysteries. We here enter an infinity whose limits we cannot estimate. I shall soon have to quit work in this place. The long avenue on which it stands is lined with ruins of public buildings and palaces, forming continuous lines, as in the streets of modern cities. Still, all these edifices and balls were as nothing compared with the vast substructures which strengthened their foundations. We find the strongest resemblances to the works of the ancient European races. The masonry is similar. The cement is the same. The sculptures are alike. Both people used the arch. In both continents we find bricks, glassware, and even porcelain." North American Review, December, 1880, page 524, 525, "with blue figures on a white ground. Also bronze composed of the same elements of copper and tin in like proportions, coins made of copper, round and T-shaped, and even metallic candlesticks." Desiree Charnay believes that he has found in the ruins of Tula the bones of sheep, swine, oxen, and horses, in a fossil state, indicating an immense antiquity. The Toltecs possessed a pure and simple religion, like that of Atlantis, as described by Plato, with the same sacrifices of fruits and flowers. They were farmers. They raised and wove cotton. They cultivated fruits. They used the sign of the cross extensively. They cut and engraved precious stones. Among their carvings have been found representations of the elephant and the lion, both animals not known in America. The forms of sepulture were the same as among the ancient races of the Old World. They burnt the bodies of their great men, and enclosed the dust in funeral urns. Some of their dead were buried in a sitting position, others reclined at full length, and many were embalmed like the Egyptian mummies. When we turn to Mexico, the same resemblances present themselves. The government was an elective monarchy, like that of Poland, the king being selected from the royal family by the votes of the nobles of the kingdom. There was a royal family, an aristocracy, a privileged priesthood, a judiciary, and a common people. Here we have all the several estates into which society in Europe is divided. There were 30 grand nobles in the kingdom, and the vastness of the realm may be judged by the fact that each of these could muster 100,000 vassals from their own estates, or a total of 3 millions, and we have only to read of the vast hordes brought into the field against Cortes to know that this was not an exaggeration. They even possessed that which has been considered the crowning feature of European society, the feudal system. The nobles held their lands upon the tenure of military service. But the most striking feature was the organization of the judiciary. The judges were independent even of the king, and held their offices for life. There were supreme judges for the larger divisions of the kingdom, district judges in each of the provinces, and magistrates chosen by the people throughout the country. There was also a general legislative assembly, Congress or Parliament, held every 80 days, presided over by the king, consisting of all the judges of the realm, to which the last appeal lay. The rites of marriage, says Prescott, were celebrated with as much formality as in any Christian country, and the institution was held in such reverence that a tribunal was instituted for the sole purpose of determining questions relating to it. Divorces could not be obtained until authorized by a sentence of the court, after a patient hearing of the parties. Slavery was tolerated, but the labors of the slave were light, his rights carefully guarded, and his children were free. The slave could own property and even other slaves. Their religion possessed so many features similar to that of the Old World that the Spanish priests declared the devil had given them a bogus imitation of Christianity to destroy their souls. The devil, said they, stole all he could. They had confessions, absolution of sins, and baptism. When their children were named, they sprinkled their lips and bosoms with water, and the Lord was implored to permit the holy drops to wash away the sin that was given it before the foundation of the world. The priests were numerous and powerful. They practiced fasts, vigils, flagellations, and many of them lived in monastic seclusion. The Aztecs, like the Egyptians, had progressed through all the 3 different modes of writing, the picture writing, the symbolical, and the phonetic. They recorded all their laws, their tribute rolls specifying the various imposts, their mythology, astronomical calendars, and rituals, their political annals, and their chronology. They wrote on cotton cloth, on skins prepared like parchment, on a composition of silk and gum, and on a species of paper, soft and beautiful, made from the aloe. Their books were about the size and shape of our own, but the leaves were long strips folded together in many folds. They wrote poetry and cultivated oratory, and paid much attention to rhetoric. They also had a species of theatrical performances. Their proficiency in astronomy is thus spoken of by Prescott: that they should be capable of accurately adjusting their festivals by the movements of the heavenly bodies, and should fix the true length of the tropical year with a precision unknown to the great philosophers of antiquity, could be the result only of a long series of nice and patient observations, evincing no slight progress in civilization. Their women, says the same author, are described by the Spaniards as pretty, though with a serious and rather melancholy cast of countenance. Their long black hair might generally be seen wreathed with flowers, or, among the richer people, with strings of precious stones and pearls from the Gulf of California. They appear to have been treated with much consideration by their husbands, and passed their time in indolent tranquillity, or in such feminine occupations as spinning, embroidery, and the like, while their maidens beguiled the hours by the rehearsal of traditionary tales and ballads. Numerous attendants of both sexes waited at the banquets. The balls were scented with perfumes, and the courts strewn with odoriferous herbs and flowers, which were distributed in profusion among the guests as they arrived. Cotton napkins and ewers of water were placed before them as they took their seats at the board. Tobacco was them offered in pipes mixed with aromatic substances, or in the form of cigars inserted in tubes of tortoise-shell or silver. It is a curious fact that the Aztecs also took the dried tobacco leaf in the pulverized form of snuff. The table was well supplied with substantial meats, especially game, among which the most conspicuous was the turkey. Also, there were found very delicious vegetables and fruits of every variety native to the continent. Their palate was still further regaled by confections and pastry, for which the maize flour and sugar furnished them ample materials. The meats were kept warm with chafing dishes. The table was ornamented with vases of silver and sometimes gold, of delicate workmanship. The favorite beverage was chocolatl, flavored with vanilla and different spices. The fermented juice of the maguey, with a mixture of sweets and acids, supplied various agreeable drinks of different degrees of strength. It is not necessary to describe their great public works, their floating gardens, their aqueducts, bridges, forts, temples, palaces, and gigantic pyramids, all ornamented with wonderful statuary. We find a strong resemblance between the form of arch used in the architecture of Central America and that of the oldest buildings of Greece. The Palenque arch is made by the gradual overlapping of the strata of the building, as shown in the accompanying cut from Baldwin's Ancient America, page 100. It was the custom of these ancient architects to fill in the arch itself with masonry, as shown in the picture on page 355 of the Arch of Las Manchas, Palenque. If now we look at the representation of the treasure house of Atreus at Mycenae on page 354, one of the oldest structures in Greece, we find precisely the same form of arch, filled in the same way. Rosengarten, in Architectural Styles, page 59, says, "The base of these treasure houses is circular, and the covering of a dome shape. It does not, however, form an arch, but courses of stone are laid horizontally over one another in such a way that each course projects beyond the one below it, till the space at the highest course becomes so narrow that a single stone covers it. Of all those that have survived to the present day, the treasure house at Atreus is the most venerable." The same form of arch is found among the ruins of that interesting people, the Etruscans. Etruscan vaults are of two kinds. The more curious and probably the most ancient are false arches, formed of horizontal courses of stone, each a little overlapping the other, and carried on until the aperture at the top could be closed by a single superincumbent slab. Such is the construction of the Regilini Galassi vault at Cervetere, the ancient Caire, Rawlinson's Origin of Nations, page 117, It is sufficient to say, in conclusion, that Mexico, under European rule or under her own leaders, has never again risen to her former standard of refinement, wealth, prosperity, or civilization. End of Part 5, Chapter 1. Recording by Cody 2, Kinston, North Carolina. In the United States of America. Section 35, Part 5, Chapter 2 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly, Part 5, Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The Egyptian Colony. What proofs have we that the Egyptians were a colony from Atlantis? 1. They claimed descent from the 12 great gods, which must have meant the 12 gods of Atlantis, to wit, Poseidon and Cleito and their 10 sons. 2. According to the traditions of the Phoenicians, the Egyptians derived their civilization from them, and as the Egyptians far antedated the rise of the Phoenician nations proper, this must have meant that Egypt derived its civilization from the same country to which the Phoenicians owed their own origin. The Phoenician legends show that Misor, from whom the Egyptians were descended, was the child of the Phoenician gods Amanus and Magus. Misor gave birth to Taut, the god of letters, the inventor of the alphabet, and Taut became Thoth, the god of history of the Egyptians. Sanchoniathon tells us that Cronos, king of Atlantis, visited the south, and gave all Egypt to the god Taut, that it might be his kingdom. Misor is probably the king Mestor, named by Plato. 3. According to the Bible, the Egyptians were the descendants of Ham, who was one of the 3 sons of Noah who escaped from the deluge, to wit, the destruction of Atlantis. 4. The great similarity between the Egyptian civilization and that of the American nations. 5. The fact that the Egyptians claimed to be red men. 6. The religion of Egypt was preeminently sun worship, and Ra was the sun god of Egypt, Rama the sun god of the Hindus, Rana a god of the Toltecs, Rami the great festival of the sun of the Peruvians, and Rayam a god of Yemen. 7. The presence of pyramids in Egypt and America. 8. The Egyptians were the only people of antiquity who were well informed as to the history of Atlantis. The Egyptians were never a maritime people, and the Atlanteans must have brought the knowledge to them. They were not likely to send ships to Atlantis. 9. We find another proof of the descent of the Egyptians from Atlantis in their belief as to the underworld. This land of the dead was situated in the west, hence the tombs were all placed, whenever possible, on the west bank of the Nile. The constant cry of the mourners as the funeral procession moved forward was, "To the west, to the west." This underworld was beyond the water, hence the funeral procession always crossed a body of water. Where the tombs were, as in most cases, on the west bank of the Nile was crossed. Where they were on the eastern shore, the procession passed over a great lake. R.S. Poole, Contemporary Review, August, 1881, page 17. In the procession was a sacred ark of the sun. All this is very plain. The underworld in the west, the land of the dead, was Atlantis, the drowned world, the world beneath the horizon, beneath the sea, to which the peasants of Brittany looked from Cape Raz, the most western cape projecting into the Atlantic. It is only to be reached from Egypt by crossing the water, and it was associated with the ark, the emblem of Atlantis in all lands. The soul of the dead man was supposed to journey to the underworld by a water progress. Ibid, page 18. His destination was the Elysian fields, where mighty corn grew, and where he was expected to cultivate the earth. This task was of supreme importance. Ibid, page 19. The Elysian fields were the Elysion of the Greek, the abode of the blessed, which we have seen was an island in the remote west. The Egyptian belief referred to a real country. They described its cities, mountains, and rivers. One of the latter was called Uranes, a name which reminds us of the Atlantean god Uranos. In connection with all this, we must not forget that Plato described Atlantis as that sacred island lying beneath the sun. Everywhere in the ancient world we find the minds of men looking to the west for the land of the dead. Poole says, "How then can we account for this strong conviction? Surely it must be a survival of an ancient belief which flowed in the very veins of the race." Contemporary Review, 1881, page 19. It was based on an universal tradition that under an immense ocean in the far west there was an underworld, a world comprising millions of the dead, a mighty race, that had been suddenly swallowed up in the greatest catastrophe known to man since he had inhabited the globe. 10. There is no evidence that the civilization of Egypt was developed in Egypt itself. It must have been transported there from some other country. To use the words of a recent writer in Blackwood, "Till lately it was believed that the use of the papyrus for writing was introduced about the time of Alexander the Great. Then Lepsius found the hieroglyphic sign of the papyrus roll on monuments of the 12th dynasty. Afterward he found the same sign on monuments of the 4th dynasty, which is getting back pretty close to Menes, the proto-monarch, and indeed little doubt is entertained that the art of writing on papyrus was understood as early as the days of Menes himself. The fruits of investigation in this, as in many other subjects, are truly most marvelous. Instead of exhibiting the rise and progress of any branches of knowledge, they tend to prove that nothing has any rise or progress, but that everything is referable to the very earliest dates. The experience of the Egyptologist must teach him to reverse the observations of Topsy, and to "'spect that nothing growed," but that as soon as men were planted on the banks of the Nile they were already the cleverest men that ever lived, endowed with more knowledge and more power than their successors for centuries and centuries could attain to. Their system of writing also is found to have been complete from the very first. But what are we to think when the antiquary, grubbing in the dust and silt of 5,000 years ago to discover some traces of infant effort, some rude specimens of the ages of Magog and Mizraim, in which we may admire the germ that has since developed into a wonderful art, breaks his shins against an article so perfect that it equals, if it does not excel, the supreme stretch of modern ability. How shall we support the theory, if it comes to our knowledge that, before Noah was cold in his grave, his descendants were adepts in construction and in the fine arts, and that their achievements were for magnitude such as, if we possessed the requisite skill, we never attempted to emulate? As we have not yet discovered any trace of the rude, savage Egypt, but have seen her in her very earliest manifestations already skilful, erudite, and strong, it is impossible to determine the order of her inventions. Light may yet be thrown upon her rise and progress, but our deepest researches have hitherto shown her to us as only the mother of a most accomplished race. How they came by their knowledge is matter for speculation; that they possessed it is a matter of fact. We never find them without the ability to organize labor, or shrinking from the boldest efforts in digging canals and irrigating, in quarrying rock, in building, and in sculpture. The explanation is simple. The waters of the Atlantic now flow over the country where all this magnificence and power were developed by slow stages from the rude beginnings of barbarism. And how mighty must have been the parent nation of which this Egypt was a colony! Egypt was the magnificent, the Golden Bridge, 10,000 years long, glorious with temples and pyramids, illuminated and illustrated by the most complete and continuous records of human history, along which the civilization of Atlantis, in a great procession of kings and priests, philosophers and astronomers, artists and artisans, streamed forward to Greece, to Rome, to Europe, to America. As far back in the ages as the eye can penetrate, even where the perspective dwindles almost to a point, we can still see the swarming multitudes, possessed of all the arts of the highest civilization, pressing forward from out of that other and greater empire of which even this wonder-working Nile land is but a faint and imperfect copy. Look at the record of Egyptian greatness as preserved in her works. The pyramids, still in their ruins, are the marvel of mankind. The river Nile was diverted from its course by monstrous embankments to make a place for the city of Memphis. The artificial lake of Moiris was created as a reservoir for the waters of the Nile. It was 450 miles in circumference and 350 feet deep, with subterranean channels, floodgates, locks, and dams, by which the wilderness was redeemed from sterility. Look at the magnificent mason work of this ancient people. Mr. Kenrick, speaking of the casing of the Great Pyramid, says, "The joints are scarcely perceptible, and not wider than the thickness of silver paper, and the cement so tenacious that fragments of the casing stones still remain in their original position, notwithstanding the lapse of so many centuries and the violence by which they were detached." Look at the ruins of the labyrinth, which aroused the astonishment of Herodotus. It had 3,000 chambers, half of them above ground and half below, a combination of courts, chambers, colonnades, statues, and pyramids. Look at the temple of Karnak, covering a square each side of which is 1,800 feet. Says a recent writer, "Travelers one and all appear to have been unable to find words to express the feelings with which these sublime remains inspired them. They have been astounded and overcome by the magnificence and the prodigality of workmanship here to be admired. Courts, halls, gateways, pillars, obelisks, monolithic figures, sculptures, rows of sphinxes, are massed in such profusion that the sight is too much for modern comprehension." Denon says, "It is hardly possible to believe, after having seen it, in the reality of the existence of so many buildings collected on a single point, in their dimensions, in the resolute perseverance which their construction required, and in the incalculable expense of such magnificence." And again, it is necessary that the reader should fancy what is before him to be a dream, as he who views the objects themselves occasionally yields to the doubt whether he be perfectly awake. There were lakes and mountains within the periphery of the sanctuary. The Cathedral of Notre Dame at Paris could be set inside one of the halls of Karnak, and not touch the walls. The whole valley and delta of the Nile, from the catacombs to the sea, was covered with temples, palaces, tombs, pyramids, and pillars. Each stone was covered with inscriptions. The state of society in the early days of Egypt approximated very closely to our modern civilization. Religion consisted in the worship of one God and practice of virtue. 42 commandments prescribed the duties of men to themselves, their neighbors, their country, and the deity. A heaven awaited the good, and a hell the vicious. There was a judgment day when the hearts of men were weighed. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Monogamy was the strict rule. Not even the kings in the early days were allowed to have more than one wife. The wife's rights of separate property and her dower were protected by law. She was the lady of the house. She could buy, sell, and trade on her own account. In case of divorce, her dowry was to be repaid to her, with interest at a high rate. The marriage ceremony embraced an oath not to contract any other matrimonial alliance. The wife's status was as high in the early days of Egypt as it is now in the most civilized nations of Europe or America. Slavery was permitted, but the slaves were treated with the greatest humanity. In the confessions buried with the dead, the soul is made to declare that, "I have not incriminated the slave to his master." There was also a clause in the commandments which protected the laboring man against the exaction of more than his day's labor. They were merciful to the captives made in war. No picture represents torture inflicted upon them, while the representation of a sea fight shows them saving their drowning enemies. Reginald Stuart Poole says, Contemporary Review, August 1881, page 43, when we consider the high ideal of the Egyptians as proved by their portrayals of a just life, the principles they laid down as the basis of ethics, the elevation of women among them, their humanity in war, we must admit that their moral place ranks very high among the nations of antiquity. The true comparisons of Egyptian life is with that of modern nations. This is far too difficult a task to be here undertaken. Enough has been said, however, to show that we need not think that in all respects they were far behind us. Then look at the proficiency in art of this ancient people. They were the first mathematicians of the Old World. Those Greeks, whom we regard as the fathers of mathematics, were simply pupils of Egypt. They were the first land surveyors. They were the first astronomers, calculating eclipses and watching the periods of planets and constellations. They knew the rotundity of the earth, which it was supposed Columbus had discovered. The signs of the zodiac were certainly in use among the Egyptians 722 years before Christ. One of the learned men of our day, who for 50 years labored to decipher the hieroglyphics of the ancients, found upon a mummy case in the British Museum a delineation of the signs of the zodiac, and the position of the planets. The date to which they pointed was the autumnal equinox of the year 1722 B.C. Professor Mitchell, to whom the fact was communicated, employed his assistants to ascertain the exact position of the heavenly bodies belonging to our solar system on the equinox of that year. This was done, and a diagram furnished by parties ignorant of his object, which showed that on the 7th of October, 1722 B.C., the moon and planets occupied the exact point in the heavens marked upon the coffin in the British Museum. Goodrich's Columbus, page 22. They had clocks and dials for measuring time. They possessed gold and silver money. They were the first agriculturalists of the Old World, raising all the cereals, cattle, horse, sheep, etc. They manufactured linen of so fine a quality that in the days of King Amasis, 600 years B.C., a single thread of a garment was composed of 365 minor threads. They worked in gold, silver, copper, bronze, and iron. They tempered iron to the hardness of steel. They were the first chemists. The word chemistry comes from chemi, and chemi means Egypt. They manufactured glass and all kinds of pottery. They made boats out of earthenware, and precisely as we are now making railroad car wheels out of paper, they manufactured vessels of paper. Their dentists filled teeth with gold. Their farmers hatched poultry by artificial heat. They were the first musicians. They possessed guitars, single and double pipes, cymbals, drums, lyres, harps, flutes, the sambric, ashur, etc. They even had castanets, such as are now used in Spain. In medicine and surgery they had reached such a degree of perfection that several hundred years B.C. the operation for the removal of a cataract from the eye was performed among them, one of the most delicate and difficult feats of surgery only attempted by us in the most recent times. The Papyrus of Berlin states that it was discovered, rolled up in a case, under the feet of an Anubis in the town of Sekhem, in the days of Tet, or Thoth, after whose death it was transmitted to King Sent, and was then restored to the feet of the statue. King Sent belonged to the second dynasty, which flourished 4751 B.C., and the papyrus was old in his day. This papyrus is a medical treatise. There are in it no incantations or charms, but it deals in reasonable remedies, draughts, unguents, and injections. The later medical papyri contain a great deal of magic and incantations. Great and splendid as are the things which we know about oldest Egypt, she is made 1,000 times more sublime by our uncertainty as to the limits of her accomplishments. She presents not a great, definite idea, which, though hard to receive, is, when once acquired, comprehensible and clear. Under the soil of the modern country are hid away thousands and thousands of relics, which may astonish the world for ages to come, and change continually its conception of what Egypt was. The effect of research seems to prove the objects of it to be much older than we thought them to be. Some things thought to be wholly modern having been proved to be repetitions of things Egyptian, and other things known to have been Egyptian being by every advance in knowledge carried back more and more toward the very beginning of things. She shakes our most rooted ideas concerning the world's history. She has not ceased to be a puzzle and a lure. There is a spell over her still. Renan says, it has no archaic epoch. Osborne says, it bursts upon us at once in the flower of its highest perfection. Seiss says, (A, Miracle in Stone, page 40, it suddenly takes its place in the world in all its matchless magnificence, without father, without mother, and as clean apart from all evolution as if it had dropped from the unknown heavens. It had dropped from Atlantis. Rawlinson says, (Origin of Nations, page 13, Now, in Egypt it is notorious that there is no indication of any early period of savagery or barbarism. All the authorities agree that however far back we go, we find in Egypt no rude or uncivilized time out of which civilization is developed. Menes, the first king, changes the course of the Nile, makes a great reservoir, and builds the temple of Ptah at Memphis. We see no barbarous customs, not even the habit, so slowly abandoned by all people, of wearing arms when not on military service. Tyler says, Anthropology, page 192, among the ancient cultured nations of Egypt and Assyria, handicrafts had already come to a stage which could only have been reached by thousands of years of progress. In museums still may be examined the work of their joiners, stonecutters, goldsmiths, wonderful in skill and finish, and in putting to shame the modern artificer. To see gold jewelry of the highest order, the student should examine that of the ancients, such as the Egyptian, Greek, and Etruscan. The carpenters' and masons' tools of the ancient Egyptians were almost identical with those used among us today. There is a plate showing an Aztec priestess in Delafield's Antiquities of America, page 61, which presents a headdress strikingly Egyptian. In the celebrated Tablet of the Cross at Palenque, we see a cross with a bird perched upon it, to which, or to the cross, two priests are offering sacrifice. In Mr. Stevenson's representation of the vocal memnon, we find almost the same thing, the difference being that, instead of an ornamented Latin cross, we have a crux commissa, and instead of one bird there are two, not on the cross, but immediately above it. In both cases, the hieroglyphics, though the characters are of course different, are disposed upon the stone in much the same manner. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 61, Even the obelisks of Egypt have their counterpart in America. Quoting from Molina, History of Chile, Tom 1, page 169, McCulloch writes, between the hills of Mendoza and La Punta is a pillar of stone, 150 feet high and 12 feet in diameter. Researches, pages 171, 172, The columns of Copan stand detached and solitary. So do the obelisks of Egypt. Both are square or four-sided and covered with sculpture. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 60, In a letter by Jomard, quoted by Delafield, we read, I have recognized in your memoir on the division of time between the Mexican nations, compared with those of Asia, some very striking analogies between the Toltec characters and the institutions observed on the banks of the Nile. Among these analogies, there is one which is worthy of attention. It is the use of the vague year of 365 days, composed of equal months, and of 5 complementary days, equally employed at Thebes and Mexico, a distance of 3,000 leagues. In reality, the intercalation of the Mexicans being 13 days on each cycle of 52 years comes to the same thing as that of the Julian calendar, which is 1 day in 4 years, and consequently supposes the duration of the year to be 365 days 6 hours. Now such was the length of the year among the Egyptians. They intercalated an entire year of 375 days every 1,460 years. The fact of the intercalation by the Mexicans of 13 days every cycle, that is, the use of a year of 365 days and a quarter, is proof that it was borrowed from the Egyptians, or that they had a common origin. Open paren, Antiquities of America, pages 52-53, close paren. The Mexican century began on the 26th of February, and the 26th of February was celebrated from the time of Nabonassar, 747 B.C., because the Egyptian priests, conformably to their astronomical observations, had fixed the beginning of the month, Thoth, and the commencement of their year at noon on that day. The 5 intercalated days, to make up the 365 days, were called by the Mexicans Nemontemi, or useless, and on them they transacted no business, while the Egyptians during that epoch celebrated the festival of the birth of their god, as attested by Plutarch and the others. It will be conceded that a considerable degree of astronomical knowledge must have been necessary to reach the conclusion that the true year consisted of 365 days and 6 hours. Open paren. Modern science has demonstrated that it consists of 365 days and 5 hours less 10 seconds. Close paren. And a high degree of civilization was requisite to insist that the year must be brought around by the intercalation of a certain number of days in a certain period of time to its true relation to the seasons. Both were the outgrowth of a vast, ancient civilization of the highest order, which transmitted some part of its astronomical knowledge to its colonies through their respective priesthoods. Can we, in the presence of such facts, doubt the statements of Egyptian priests to Solon as to the glory and greatness of Atlantis, its monuments, its sculpture, its laws, its religions, its civilization? In Egypt we have the oldest of the Old World children of Atlantis. In her magnificence we have a testimony to the development attained by the parent country, by that country whose kings were the gods of succeeding nations, and whose kingdom extended to the uttermost ends of the earth. The Egyptian historian Manetho referred to a period of 13,900 years as the reign of the gods, and placed this period at the very beginning of Egyptian history. These 13,900 years were probably a recollection of Atlantis. Such a lapse of time, vast as it may appear, is but as a day compared with some of our recognized geological epochs. End of Chapter 2, Part 5. Recording by Cody 2. Eastern North Carolina, United States of America. Section 36, Part 5, Chapter 3 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cody 2. If we will suppose a civilized maritime people to have planted colonies in the remote past along the headlands and shores of the Gulf of Mexico, spreading thence in time to the tablelands of Mexico, and to the plains and mountains of New Mexico and Colorado, what would be more natural than that these adventurous navigators, passing around the shores of the Gulf, should, sooner or later, discover the mouth of the Mississippi River? And what more certain than that they would enter it, explore it, and plant colonies along its shores, wherever they found a fertile soil and a salubrious climate? Their outlying provinces would penetrate even into regions where the severity of the climate would prevent great density of population or development of civilization. The results we have presupposed are precisely those which we find to have existed at one time in the Mississippi Valley. The mound builders of the United States were preeminently a river people. Their densest settlements and greatest works were near the Mississippi and its tributaries. Says Foster, open paren, Prehistoric Races, page 110, close paren, the navigable streams were the great highways of the mound builders. Mr. Fontaine claims, open paren, How the World Was Peopled, close paren, that this ancient people constructed levees to control and utilize the bayous of the Mississippi for the purpose of agriculture and commerce. The Yazoo River is called Yazoo Okina, the river of ancient ruins. Open quotes, there is no evidence that they had reached the Atlantic coast. No authentic remains of the mound builders are found in the New England states, not even in the state of New York. Open paren, North Americans of Antiquity, page 28, close paren. This would indicate that the civilization of these people advanced up the Mississippi River and spread out over its tributaries, but did not cross the Allegheny, open paren, Sick, close paren, mountains. They reached, however, far up the Mississippi and Yellowstone rivers, and thence into Oregon. The headwaters of the Missouri become one of the great centers of population, but their chief sites were upon the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. In Wisconsin we find the northern central limit of their work. They seem to have occupied the southern counties of the state and the western shores of Lake Michigan. Their circular mounds are found in Minnesota and Iowa, and some very large ones in Dakota. Illinois and Indiana were densely populated by them. It is believed that the vital center of their colonies was near the juncture of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. The chief characteristic of the mound builders was that from which they derived their name, the creation of great structures of earth or stone, not unlike the pyramids of Mexico and Egypt. Between Alton and East St. Louis is the great mound of Cahokia, which may be selected as a type of their works. It rises 97 feet high, while its square sides are 700 and 500 feet respectively. There was a terrace on the south side, 160 feet by 300 feet, reached by a graded way. The summit of the pyramid is flattened, affording a platform 200 by 450 feet. It will thus be seen that the area covered by the mound of Cahokia is about as large as that of the greatest pyramid of Egypt, Cheops, although its height is much less. The number of the monuments left by the mound builders is extraordinarily great. In Ohio alone there are more than 10,000 tumuli, and from 1,000 to 1,500 enclosures. Their mounds were not cone but four-sided pyramids, their sides, like those of Egyptian pyramids, corresponding with the cardinal points. Foster's Prehistoric Races, page 112. The mound builders had attained a considerable degree of civilization. They were able to form, in the construction of their works, perfect circles and perfect squares of great accuracy, carried over the varying surface of the country. One large enclosure comprises exactly 40 acres. At Hopetown, Ohio, are two walled figures, one a square, the other a circle, each containing precisely 20 acres. They must have possessed regular scales of measurement and the means of determining angles and of computing the area to be enclosed by the square and circle, so that the space enclosed by each might exactly correspond. The most skillful engineer of this day would find it difficult, says Mr. Squire, without the aid of instruments, to lay down an accurate square of the great dimensions above represented, measuring, as they do, more than 4/5 of a mile in circumference. But we not only find accurate squares and perfect circles, but also, as we have seen, octagons of great dimensions. They also possessed an accurate system of weights. Bracelets of copper on the arms of a skeleton have been found to be of uniform size, measuring each 2 9/10 inches, and each weighing precisely 4 ounces. They built great military works, surrounded by walls and ditches, with artificial lakes in the center to supply water. One work, Fort Ancient, on the Little Miami River, Ohio, has a circuit of between 4 and 5 miles. The embankment was 20 feet high. The fort could have held a garrison of 60,000 men with their families and provisions. Not only do we find pyramidal structures of earth in the Mississippi Valley very much like the pyramids of Egypt, Mexico, and Peru, but a very singular structure is repeated in Ohio and Peru. I refer to the double walls or prolonged pyramids, if I may coin an expression, shown in the cut, page 375. The mound builders possessed chains of fortifications reaching from the southern line of New York diagonally across the country, through central and northern Ohio to the Wabash. It would appear probable, therefore, that while they advanced from the south, it was from the northeast the savage races came who drove them south or exterminated them. At Marietta, Ohio, we find a combination of the cross and pyramid. See page 334. Ante. At Newark, Ohio, are extensive and intricate works. They occupy an area 2 miles square, embraced within embankments 12 miles long. One of the mounds is a threefold symbol, like a bird's foot. The central mound is 155 feet long, and the other two each 110 feet in length. Is this curious design a reminiscence of Atlantis and the three-pronged trident of Poseidon? See fourth figure, page 242, ante. The mound builders made sun-dried brick mixes with rushes, as the Egyptians made sun-dried bricks mixed with straw. They worked in copper, silver, lead, and there are evidences, as we shall see, that they wrought even in iron. Copper implements are very numerous in the mounds. Copper axes, spearheads, hollow buttons, bosses for ornaments, bracelets, rings, etc., are found in very many of them, strikingly similar to those of the Bronze Age in Europe. In one in Butler County, Ohio, was found a copper fillet around the head of a skeleton, with strange devices marked upon it. Silver ornaments have also been found, but not in such great numbers. They seem to have attached a high value to silver, and it is often found in thin sheets, no thicker than paper, wrapped over copper or stone ornaments, so neatly as to almost escape detection. The great esteem in which they hold a metal so intrinsically valueless as silver is another evidence that they must have drawn their superstitions from the same source as the European nations. Copper is often found in this manner plated over stone pipes, presenting an unbroken metallic luster, the overlapping edges so well polished as to be scarcely discoverable. Beads and stars made of shells have sometimes been found doubly plated, first with copper, then with silver. The mound builders also understood the art of casting metals, or they held intercourse with some race who did. A copper axe at quote-unquote cast has been found in the state of New York. See Lubbock's Prehistoric Times, page 254, note, Professor Foster, Prehistoric Races, page 259, also proves that the ancient people of the Mississippi Valley possessed this art, and he gives us representations of various articles plainly showing the marks of the mold upon them. A rude article in the shape of an axe, composed of pure lead, weighing about half a pound, was found in sinking a well within the trench of the ancient works at Circleville. There can be no doubt it was the production of the mound builders, as galena has often been found on the altars in the mounds. It has been generally thought, by Mr. Squire and others, that there were no evidence that the mound builders were acquainted with the use of iron, or that their plating was more than a simple overlaying of one metal on another, or on some foreign substance. Some years since, however, a mound has been opened at Marietta, Ohio, which seems to have refuted these opinions. Dr. S. P. Hildreth, in a letter to the American Antiquarian Society, thus speaks of it. Lying immediately over or on the forehead of the body were found 3 large circular bosses, or ornaments for a sword belt or buckler. They are composed of copper overlaid with a thick plate of silver. The fronts are slightly convex, with a depression like a cup in the center, and they measure 2 inches and a quarter across the face of each. On the backside, opposite the depressed portion, is a copper rivet or nail, around which are 2 separate plates by which they are fastened to the leather. 2 small pieces of leather were found lying between the plates of one of the bosses. They resemble the skin of a mummy, and seem to have been preserved by the salts of copper. Near the side of the body was found a plate of silver, which appears to have been the upper part of a sword scabbard. It is 6 inches in length, 2 in breadth, and weighs 1 ounce. It seems to have been fastened to the scabbard by 3 or 4 rivets, the holes of which remain in the silver. 2 or 3 pieces of copper tube were also found, filled with iron rust. These pieces, from their appearance, composed the lower end of the scabbard, near the point of the sword. No sign of the sword itself were discovered, except the rust above mentioned. The mound had every appearance of being as old as any in the neighborhood, and was, at the first settlement of Marietta, covered with large trees. It seems to have been made for this single personage, as this skeleton alone was discovered. The bones were very much decayed, and many of them crumbled to dust upon exposure to the air. Mr. Squire says, these articles have been critically examined, and it is beyond doubt that the copper bosses were absolutely plated, not simply overlaid, with silver. Between the copper and the silver exists a connection such as, it seems to me, could only be produced by heat, and if it is admitted that these are genuine relics of the mound builders, it must, at the same time, be admitted that they possess the difficult art of plating one metal upon another. There is but one alternative, viz., that they had occasional or constant intercourse with a people advanced in the arts, from whom these articles were obtained. Again, if Dr. Hildreth is not mistaken, oxidized iron, or steel, was also discovered in connection with the above remains, from which also follows the extraordinary conclusion that the mound builders were acquainted with the use of iron, the conclusion being, of course, subject to the improbable alternative already mentioned. In connection with this subject, we would refer to the interesting evidence that the copper mines of the shore of Lake Superior had been at some very remote period worked by the mound builders. There were found deep excavations, with rude ladders, huge masses of rock broken off, also numerous stone tools, and all the evidences of extensive and long-continued labor. It is even said that the great Ontonagon mass of pure copper, which is now in Washington, was excavated by these ancient miners, and that when first found, its surface showed numerous marks of their tools. There seems to be no doubt, then, that the mound builders were familiar with the use of copper, silver, and lead, and in all probability of iron. They possessed various mechanical contrivances. They were very probably acquainted with the lathe. Beads of shell have been found looking very much like ivory and showing the circular striae, identical with those produced by turning in a lathe. In a mound on the Scioto River was found around the neck of a skeleton triple rows of beads, made of marine shells and the tusks of some animal. Several of these, says Squire, still retain their polish, and bear marks which seem to indicate that they were turned in some machine instead of being carved or rubbed into shape by hand. Not among the least interesting and remarkable relics, continues the same author, obtained from the mound are the stone tubes. They are all carved from fine-grained materials, capable of receiving a polish, and being made ornamental as well as useful. The finest specimen yet discovered, and which can scarcely be surpassed in the delicacy of its workmanship, was found in a mound in the immediate vicinity of Chillicothe. It is composed of a compact variety of slate. The stone cuts with great clearness, and receives a fine, though not glaring polish. The tube under notice is 13 inches long by 1 1/10 in diameter. One end swells slightly, and the other terminates in a broad, flattened, triangular mouthpiece of fine proportions, which is carved with mathematical precision. It is drilled throughout. The bore is 7/10 of an inch in diameter at the cylindrical end of the tube, and retains that caliber until it reaches the point where the cylinder subsides into the mouthpiece, when it contracts gradually to 1/10 of an inch. The inner surface of the tube is perfectly smooth till within a short distance of the point of contraction. For the remaining distance, the circular striae formed by the drill and boring are distinctly marked. The carving upon it is very fine." That they possessed saws is proved by the fact that on some fossil teeth found in the mound, the striae of the teeth of the saw could be distinctly perceived. When we consider that some of their porphyry carvings will turn the edge of the best tempered knife, we are forced to conclude that they possess the singular process known to the Mexicans and Peruvians of tempering copper to the hardness of steel. We find in the mounds adzes, similar in shape to our own, with the edges beveled from the inside. Drills and gravers of copper have also been found, with chisel-shaped edges or sharp points. It is not impossible, says Square, but on the contrary very probable, from a close inspection of the mound pottery, that the ancient people possessed the simple approximation toward the potter's wheel, and the polish which some of the finer vessels possess is due to other causes than vitrification. Their sculptures show a considerable degree of progress. They consist of figures of birds, animals, reptiles, and the faces of men, carved from the various kinds of stones, upon the bowls of pipes, upon toys, upon rings, and in distinct and separate figures. We give the opinions of those who have examined them. Mr. Squire observes, "Various though not abundant specimens of their skill have been recovered, which in elegance of model, delicacy, and finish, as also in fineness of material, come fully up to the best Peruvian specimens, to which they bear in many respects a close resemblance. The bowls of most of the stone pipes are carved in miniature figures of animals, birds, reptiles, etc. All of them are executed with strict fidelity to nature and with exquisite skill. Not only are the features of the objects faithfully represented, but their peculiarities and habits are in some degrees exhibited. The two heads here represented, intended to represent the eagle, are far superior in point of finish, spirit, and truthfulness to any miniature carvings, ancient or modern, which have fallen under the notice of the authors. The peculiar defiant expression of the king of birds is admirably preserved in the carving, which in this respect, more than any other, displays the skill of the artist. Traces of cloth with doubled and twisted fiber have been found in the mounds, also matting, also shuttle-like tablets used in weaving. There have also been found numerous musical pipes with mouthpieces and stops, lovers' pipes, curiously and delicately carved, reminding us of Bryant's lines. "Till twilight came, and lovers walked and wooed, in a forgotten language and old tunes. From instruments of unremembered forms gave the soft winds a voice." There is evidence which goes to prove that the mound builders had relations with the people of a semi-tropical region in the direction of Atlantis. Among their sculptures, in Ohio, we find accurate representations of the lamantine, manatee, or sea cow, found today on the shores of Florida, Brazil, and Central America, and of the toucan, a tropical and almost exclusively South American bird. Seashells from the Gulf, pearls from the Atlantic, and obsidian from Mexico have also been found side by side in their mounds. The antiquity of their works is now generally conceded. From the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon, says Mr. Glidden, we have bones of at least 2,500 years old. From the pyramids and from the catacombs of Egypt, both mummified and unmummified crania have been taken, of still higher antiquity, in perfect preservation. Nevertheless, the skeletons deposited in our Indian mounds, from the lakes to the Gulf, are crumbling into dust through age alone. All the evidence points to the conclusion that civilized or semi-civilized man has dwelt on the western continent from a vast antiquity. Maize, tobacco, quinoa, and the mandico plants have been cultivated so long that their wild originals have quite disappeared. The only species of palm cultivated by the South American Indians, that known as the Gulielmia speciosa, has lost through that culture its original nut-like seed, and is dependent on the hands of its cultivators for its life. Alluding to the above-named plants, Dr. Brinton (Myths of the New World, page 37), remarks, "Several are sure to perish unless fostered by human care." What numberless ages does this suggest? How many centuries elapsed ere man thought of cultivating Indian corn? How many more ere it had spread over nearly 100 degrees of latitude and lost all resemblance to its original form? In the animal kingdom, certain animals were domesticated by the aborigines from so remote a period that scarcely any of their species, as in the case of the llama of Peru, were to be found in a state of unrestrained freedom at the advent of the Spaniards. Open paren, Short's North Americans of Antiquity, page 11, close paren. The most ancient remains of man found in Europe are distinguished by a flattening of the tibia, and this peculiarity is found to be present in an exaggerated form in some of the American mounds. This also points to a high antiquity. None of the works, mounds, or enclosures are found on the lowest formed of the river terraces which mark the subsidence of the streams, and as there is no good reason why their builders should have avoided erecting them on the terrace while they raised them promiscuously on all the others, it follows, not unreasonably, that this terrace has been formed since the works were erected. Baldwin's Ancient America, page 47. We have given some illustrations, showing the similarity between the works of the mound builders and those of the Stone and Bronze Age in Europe. See pages 251, 260, 261, 262, 265, 266, ante. The mound builders retreated southward toward Mexico, and probably arrived there sometime between A.D. 29 and A.D. 231 under the name of Nahuas. They called the region they left in the Mississippi Valley Huehuetlapalan, the old red land, in allusion probably to the red clay soil of part of the country. In the mounds we find many works of copper, but none of bronze. This may indicate one of two things. Either the colonies which settled the Mississippi Valley may have left Atlantis prior to the discovery of the art of manufacturing bronze, by mixing 1 part of tin with 9 parts of copper, or, which is more probable, the manufactures of the mound builders may have been made on the spot, and as they had no tin within their territory, they used copper alone, except, it may be, for such tools as were needed to carve stone, and these perhaps were hardened with tin. It is known that the Mexicans possessed the art of manufacturing true bronze, and the intercourse which evidently existed between Mexico and the Mississippi Valley, as proved by the presence of implements of obsidian in the mounds of Ohio, renders it probable that the same commerce which brought them obsidian brought them also small quantities of tin, or tin-hardened copper implements necessary for their sculptures. The proofs, then, of the connection of the mound builders with Atlantis are: 1. Their race identity with the nations of Central America, who possessed flood legends, and whose traditions all point to an eastern, over-the-sea origin, while the many evidences of their race identity with the ancient Peruvians indicate that they were part of one great movement of the human race, extending from the Andes to Lake Superior, and, as I believe, from Atlantis to India. 2. The similarity of their civilization, and their works of stone and bronze, with the civilization of the Bronze Age of Europe. 3. The presence of great truncated mounds, kindred to the pyramids of Central America, Mexico, Egypt, and India. 4. The representation of tropical animals, which point to an intercourse with the regions around the Gulf of Mexico where the Atlanteans were colonized. 5. The fact that the settlements of the mound builders were confined to a valley of the Mississippi, and were apparently densest at those points where a population advancing up that stream would first reach high, healthy, and fertile lands. 6. The hostile nations which attacked them came from the north, and when the mound builders could no longer hold the country, or when Atlantis sank in the sea, they retreated in the direction whence they came, and fell back upon their kindred races in Central America, as the Roman troops in Gaul and Britain drew southward upon the destruction of Rome. 7. The Natchez Indians, who were supposed to have descended from the mound builders, kept a perpetual fire burning before an altar, watched by old men who were sort of a priesthood, as in Europe. 8. If the tablet said to have been found in a mound near Davenport, Iowa, is genuine, which appears probable, the mound builders must have either possessed an alphabet or have held intercourse with some people who did. See North Americans of Antiquity, page 38. This singular relic exhibits what appears to be a sacrificial mound with a fire upon it. Over it are the sun, moon, and stars, and above these a mass of hieroglyphics which bear some resemblance to the letters of European alphabets, especially to that unknown alphabet which appears upon the inscribed bronze celt found near Rome. See page 258 of this work. For instance, one of the letters on the celt is this. Token symbol. On the Davenport tablet we find this sign. Token symbol. On the celt we have token symbol. On the tablet, token symbol. On the cell we have token symbol, and on the tablet, token symbol. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Cody 2 in sunny eastern North Carolina.
Section 37, Part 5, Chapter 4 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by I. M. Clifford. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. Chapter 4. At the farthest point in the past to which human knowledge extends, a race called Iberian inhabited the entire peninsula of Spain from the Mediterranean to the Pyrenees. They also extended over the southern part of Gaul as far as the Rhone. It is thought that the Iberians from Atlantis and the northwest part of Africa, says Winchell, settled in the southwest of Europe at a period earlier than the settlement of the Egyptians in the northeast of Africa. The Iberians spread themselves over Spain, Gaul, and the British Islands as early as 4000 or 5000 BC. The fourth dynasty of the Egyptians, according to Brugge, dates from about 3500 BC. At this time the Iberians had become sufficiently powerful to attempt the conquest of the known world. Pre-Adamites, page 443. The Libyan Amazons of Diodorus, that is to say the Libyans of the Iberian race, must be identified with the Libyans with brown and grizzly skin, of whom Brugge has already pointed out the representations figured on the Egyptian monuments of the fourth dynasty. Ibid. The Iberians, known as Sicanes, colonized Sicily in the ancient days. They were the original settlers in Italy and Sardinia. They are probably the source of the dark-haired stock in Norway and Sweden. Bodichon claims that the Iberians embraced the Ligurians, Cantabrians, Asturians, and Aquitanians. Strabo says, speaking of the Turduli and Turdetani, they are the most cultivated of all the Iberians. They employ the art of writing, and have written books containing memorials of ancient times, and also poems and laws set in verse, for which they claim an antiquity of 6,000 years. Strabo, Lib. III, page 139. The Iberians are represented today by the Basques. The Basques are of middle size, compactly built, robust and agile, of a darker complexion than the Spaniards, with gray eyes and black hair. They are simple but proud, impetuous, merry, and hospitable. The women are beautiful, skillful in performing men's work, and remarkable for their vivacity and grace. The Basques are much attached to dancing and are very fond of the music of the bagpipe. New American Encyclopedia, Art Basques. According to Paul Broca, their language stands quite alone, or has mere analogies with the American type. Of all Europeans, we must provisionally hold the Basques to the oldest inhabitants of our quarter of the world. Peschel, Races of Men, page 501. The Basque language, the Euskara, has some common traits with the Magyar, Osmanli, and other dialects of the Altai family, as for instance with the Finnic on the Old Continent, as well as the Algonquin Lenape language, and some others in America. New American Encyclopedia, Art Basques. Duponceau says of the Basque tongue, this language, preserved in a corner of Europe by a few thousand mountaineers, is the sole remaining fragment of perhaps 100 dialects constructed on the same plan, which probably existed and were universally spoken at a remote period in that quarter of the world. Like the bones of the mammoth, it remains a monument of the destruction produced by a succession of ages. It stands single and alone of its kind, surrounded by idioms that have no affinity with it. We have seen them settling in the earliest ages in Ireland. They also formed the base of the dark-haired population of England and Scotland. They seem to have race affinities with the Berbers on the Mediterranean coast of Africa. Dr. Bodichon, for 15 years a surgeon in Algiers, says, persons who have inhabited Brittany and then go to Algeria are struck with the resemblance between the ancient Armoricans, the Britons, and the Kabyles of Algiers. In fact, the moral and physical character is identical. The Breton of pure blood has a long head, light yellow complexion of bistre tinge, eyes black or brown, stature short, and the black hair of the Kabyle. Like him, he instinctively hates strangers. In both are the same perverseness and obstinacy, the same endurance of fatigue, same love of independence, same inflection of the voice, same expression of feelings. Listen to a Kabyle speaking his native tongue, and you will think you bear a Briton talking Celtic. The Britons, he tells us, form a strong contrast to the people around them, who are Celts of tall stature, with blue eyes, white skins, and blond hair. They are communicative, impetuous, versatile. They pass rapidly from courage to despair. The Britons are entirely different. They are taciturn, hold strongly to their ideas and usages, are persevering and melancholic, in a word, both in morale and physique. They present the type of a southern race, of the Atlanteans. By Atlanteans, Dr. Bodichon refers to the inhabitants of the Barbary States, that being one of the names by which they are known to the Greeks and Romans. He adds, the Atlanteans among the ancients passed for the favorite children of Neptune. They made known the worship of this god to other nations, to the Egyptians, for example. In other words, the Atlanteans were the first known navigators. Like all navigators, they must have planted colonies at a distance. The Britons, in our opinion, sprung from one of them. Neptune was Poseidon, according to Plato, founder of Atlantis. I could multiply proofs of the close relationship between the people of the Bronze Age of Europe and the ancient inhabitants of northern Africa, which should be read, remembering that connecting ridge, which, according to the deep-sea soundings, united Africa and Atlantis. End of Chapter 4. Recording by I.M. Clifford, Spielmaster.com.
Section 38, Part 5, Chapter 5 of Atlantis, the Antediluvian World by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Apfelstadt. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World by Ignatius Loyola Donnelly, Part 5, Chapter 5. The Peruvian Colony. If we look at the map of Atlantis as revealed by the deep-sea soundings, we will find that it approaches at one point by its connecting ridge quite closely to the shores of South America, above the mouth of the Amazon, and that probably it was originally connected with it. If the population of Atlantis expanded westwardly, it naturally found its way in its ships up the magnificent valley of the Amazon and its tributaries, and passing by the low and fever-stricken lands of Brazil, it rested not until it had reached the high, fertile, beautiful, and healthful regions of Bolivia, from which it would eventually cross the mountains into Peru. Here it would establish its outlying colonies at the terminus of its western line of advance, arrested only by the Pacific Ocean, precisely as we have seen it advancing up the valley of the Mississippi and carrying on its mining operations on the shores of Lake Superior, precisely as we have seen it going eastward up the Mediterranean, past the Dardanelles, and founding Aryan, Hamitic, and probably Turanian colonies on the farther shores of the Black Sea and on the Caspian. This is the universal empire over which, the Hindu books tell us, Deva Nahusha was ruler. This was the great and aggressive empire to which Plato alludes. This was the mighty kingdom, embracing the whole of the then-known world, from which the Greeks obtained their conception of the universal father of all men in King Zeus. And in this universal empire, Senor Lopez must find an explanation of the similarity which, as we shall show, exists between the speech of the South American Pacific coast on the one hand, and the speech of Gaul, Ireland, England, Italy, Greece, Bactria, and Hindustan on the other. Montesino tells us that at some time near the date of the deluge, in other words, in the highest antiquity, America was invaded by a people with 4 leaders, named Ayar Mancautopa, Ayar Chaki, Ayar Auca, and Ayar Usu. Ayar, says Senor Lopez, is the Sanskrit Ajar or Ajay, and means primitive chief, and Manco, Chaki, Auca, and Uisu mean believers, wanderers, soldiers, husbandmen. We have here a tradition of castes like that preserved in the 4 tribal names of Athens. The laboring class, naturally enough in a new colony, obtained the supremacy, and its leader was named Perhuamanco, revealer of Pir, light, Pur, Umbrian Pir. Do the laws which control the changes of language, by which a labial succeeds a labial, indicate that the Mero or Meru of Theopompus, the name of Atlantis, was carried by the colonists of Atlantis to South America, as the name of Old York was transplanted in a later age to New York, and became in time Peru or Peru? Was not the Nubian island of Meru, with its pyramids built by red men, a similar transplantation? And when the Hindu priest points to his sacred emblem with 5 projecting points on it, and tells us that they typify Meru and the 4 quarters of the world, does he not refer to Atlantis and its ancient universal empire? Manco, in the names of the Peruvian colonists, it has been urged, was the same as Manus, Manu, and the Santhal Manico. It reminds us of Menes, Minos, etc., who are found at the beginning of so many of the Old World traditions. The Quichuas, this invading people, were originally a fair-skinned race with blue eyes and light and even auburn hair. They had regular features, large heads, and large bodies. Their descendants are to this day an olive-skinned people, much lighter in color than the Indian tribes subjugated by them. They were a great race. Peru, as it was known to the Spaniards, held very much the same relation to the ancient Quichua civilization as England in the 16th century held to the civilizations of the empire of the Caesars. The Incas were simply an offshoot, who, descending from the mountains, subdued the rude races of the seacoast and imposed their ancient civilization upon them. The Quichua nation extended at one time over a region of country more than 2,000 miles long. This whole region, when the Spaniards arrived, was a populous and prosperous empire, complete in its civil organization, supported by an efficient system of industry, and presenting a noble development of some of the more important arts of civilized life. Baldwin's Ancient America, page 222. The companions of Pizarro found everywhere the evidences of a civilization of vast antiquity. Cieca de Leon mentions great edifices that were in ruins at Tiwanaku, an artificial hill raised on a groundwork of stone, and 2 stone idols apparently made by skillful artificers, 10 or 12 feet high, clothed in long robes. In this place also, says de Leon, there are stones so large and so overgrown that our wonder is excited, it being incomprehensible how the power of man could have placed them where we see them. They are variously wrought, and some of them, having the form of men, must have been idols. Near the walls are many caves and excavations under the earth, but in another place farther west are other and greater monuments, such as large gateways with hinges, platforms, and porches, each made of a single stone. It surprised me to see these enormous gateways made of great masses of stone, some of which were 30 feet long, 15 high, and 6 thick. The capital of Chimus of northern Peru, at Gran Chimu, was conquered by the Incas after a long and bloody struggle, and the capital was given up to barbaric ravage and spoliation. But its remains exist today, the marvel of the southern continent, covering not less than 20 square miles. Tombs, temples, and palaces arise on every hand, ruined but still traceable. Immense pyramidal structures, some of them half a mile in circuit, vast areas shut in by massive walls, each containing its water tank, its shops, municipal edifices, and the dwellings of the inhabitants, and each a branch of a larger organization. Prisons, furnaces for smelting metals, and almost every concomitant of civilization existed in the ancient Chimu capital. One of the great pyramids, called the Temple of the Sun, is 812 feet long by 470 wide and 150 high. These vast structures have been ruined for centuries, but still the work of excavation is going on. One of the centers of the ancient Quichua civilization was around Lake Titicaca. The buildings here, as throughout Peru, were all constructed of hewn stone, and had doors and windows with posts, sills, and thresholds of stone. At Cuelap, in northern Peru, remarkable ruins were found. They consist of a wall of wrought stones 3,600 feet long, 560 broad, and 150 high, constituting a solid mass with a level summit. On this mass was another 600 feet long, 500 broad, and 150 feet high, making an aggregate height of 300 feet. In it were rooms and cells which were used as tombs. Very ancient ruins, showing remains of large and remarkable edifices, were found near Huamanga, and described by Siècle de Lyon. The native traditions said that this city was built by bearded white men who came there long before the time of the Incas and established a settlement. The Peruvians made large use of aqueducts, which they built with notable skill, using hewn stone and cement, and making them very substantial. One extended 450 miles across sierras and over rivers. Think of a stone aqueduct reaching from the city of New York to the state of North Carolina. The public roads of the Peruvians were most remarkable. They were built on masonry. One of these roads ran along the mountains through the whole length of the empire, from Quito to Chile. Another, starting from this at Cuzco, went down the coast and extended northward to the equator. These roads were from 20 to 25 feet wide, were macadamized with pulverized stone mixed with lime and bituminous cement, and were walled in by strong walls more than a fathom in thickness. In many places these roads were cut for leagues through the rock. Great ravines were filled up with solid masonry. Rivers were crossed by suspension bridges, used here ages before their introduction into Europe. Says Baldwin, the builders of our Pacific Railroad, with their superior engineering skill and mechanical appliances, might reasonably shrink from the cost and difficulties of such a work as this. Extending from 1 degree north of Quito to Cuzco, and from Cuzco to Chile, it is quite as long as the two Pacific railroads, and its wild route among the mountains was far more difficult. Sarmiento, describing it, said, "It seems to me that if the Emperor Charles V should see fit to order the construction of another road like that which leads from Quito to Cuzco, or that which from Cuzco goes towards Chile, I certainly think he would not be able to make it with all his power." Humboldt said, "This road was marvelous. None of the Roman roads I had seen in Italy, in the south of France, or in Spain appeared to me more imposing than this work of the ancient Peruvians." Along these great roads caravansaries were established for the accommodation of travelers. These roads were ancient in the time of the Incas. They were the work of the white, auburn-haired, bearded men from Atlantis, thousands of years before the time of the Incas. When Huayna Capac marched his army over the main road to invade Quito, it was so old and decayed that he found great difficulties in the passage, and he immediately ordered the necessary reconstructions. It is not necessary in a work of this kind to give a detailed description of the arts and civilizations of the Peruvians. They were simply marvelous. Their works in cotton and wool exceeded in fineness anything known in Europe at that time. They had carried irrigation, agriculture, and the cutting of gems to a point equal to that of the Old World. Their accumulations of the precious metals exceeded anything previously known in the history of the world. In the course of 25 years after the conquest, the Spaniards sent from Peru to Spain more than 800 millions of dollars in gold, nearly all of it taken from the Peruvians as booty. In one of their palaces they had an artificial garden, the soil of which was made of small pieces of fine gold, and this was artificially planted with different kinds of maize, which were of gold, their stems, leaves, and ears. Besides this, they had more than 20 sheep, llamas, with their lambs attended by shepherds, all made of gold. In a description of one lot of golden articles sent to Spain in 1534 by Pizarro, there is mention of 4 llamas, 10 statues of women of full size, and a cistern of gold so curious that it excited the wonders of all. Can anyone read these details and declare Plato's description of Atlantis to be fabulous simply because he tells us of the enormous quantities of gold and silver possessed by the people? Atlantis was the older country, the parent country, the more civilized country, and doubtless, like the Peruvians, its people regarded the precious metals as sacred to their gods, and they had been accumulating them from all parts of the world for countless ages. If the story of Plato were true, there now lies beneath the waters of the Atlantic covered, doubtless, by hundreds of feet of volcanic debris, an amount of gold and silver exceeding many times that brought to Europe from Peru, Mexico, and Central America since the time of Columbus, a treasure which, if brought to light, would revolutionize the financial values of the world. I have already shown in the chapter upon the similarities between the civilizations of the Old and New Worlds some of the remarkable coincidences which existed between the Peruvians and the ancient European races. I will again briefly refer to a few of them. 1. They worshipped the sun, moon, and planets. 2. They believed in the immortality of the soul. 3. They believed in the resurrection of the body, and accordingly embalmed their dead. 4. The priest examined the entrails of the animals offered in sacrifice, and, like the Roman augurs, divined the future from their appearance. 5. They had an order of women vowed to celibacy, Vestal virgins or nuns, and a violation of their vow was punished in both continents by their being buried alive. 6. They divided the year into 12 months. 7. Their enumeration was by tens. The people were divided into decades and hundreds, like the Anglo-Saxons, and the whole nation into bodies of 500, 1,000, and 10,000, with a governor over each. 8. They possessed castes, and the trade of the father descended to the son, as in India. 9. They had bards and minstrels, who sung at the great festivals. 10. Their weapons were the same as those of the Old World, and made after the same pattern. 11. They drank toasts and invoked blessings. 12. They built triumphal arches for their returning heroes, and strewed the road before them with leaves and flowers. 13. They used sedan chairs. 14. They regarded agriculture as the principal interest of the nation, and held great agricultural fairs and festivals for the interchange of the productions of the farmers. 15. The king opened the agricultural season by a great celebration, and like the kings of Egypt, he put his hand to the plow and plowed the first furrow. 16. They had an order of knighthood, in which the candidate knelt before the king. His sandals were put on by a nobleman, very much as spurs were buckled on the European knight. He was then allowed to use the girdle or sash around the loins, corresponding to the toga virilis of the Romans. He was then crowned with flowers. According to Fernandez, the candidates wore white shirts, like the knights of the Middle Ages, with a cross embroidered in the front. 17. There was a striking resemblance between the architecture of the Peruvians and that of some of the nations of the Old World. It is enough for me to quote Mr. Ferguson's words, that the coincidence between the buildings of the Incans and the Cyclopean remains attributed to the Pelasgians, in Italy and Greece, is the most remarkable in the history of architecture. Owl-headed vases, Troy and Peru. The illustrations on page 397 strikingly confirm Mr. Ferguson's views. The sloping jambs, the window cornice, the polygonal masonry, and other forms so closely resemble what is found in the old Pelasgic cities of Greece and Italy that it is difficult to resist the conclusion that there may be some relation between them. Even the mode of decorating their palaces and temples finds a parallel in the Old World. A recent writer says, "We may end by observing what seems to have escaped Señor Lopez, that the interior of an Inca palace, with its walls covered with gold as described by Spaniards, with its artificial golden flowers and golden beasts, must have been exactly like the interior of the house of Alcinous or Melinos. The doors were framed of gold, where underneath the brazen floor doth glass, silver pilasters with which grace uphold, lintel of silver framed, the ring was burnished gold, and dogs on each side of the door there stand, silver and golden." I can personally testify, says Winchell, Pre-Adamites, page 387, that a study of ancient Peruvian pottery has constantly reminded me of forms with which we are familiar in Egyptian archaeology. Dr. Schliemann, in his excavations of the ruins of Troy, found a number of what he calls owl-headed idols and vases. I give specimens on page 398 and page 400. In Peru we find vases with very much the same style of face. I might pursue those parallels much farther, but it seems to me that these extraordinary coincidences must have arisen either from identity of origin or long continued ancient intercourse. There can be little doubt that a fair-skinned, light-haired, bearded race, holding the religion which Plato says prevailed in Atlantis, carried an Atlantean civilization at an early day up the valley of the Amazon to the heights of Bolivia and Peru, precisely as a similar immigration of Aryans went westward to the shores of the Mediterranean and Caspian, and it is very likely that these diverse migrations habitually spoke the same language. Señor Vicente Lopez, a Spanish gentleman of Montevideo, in 1872 published a work entitled Les Races Ariennes en Peru, in which he attempted to prove that the great Quichua language, which the Incas imposed on their subjects over a vast extent of territory, and which is still a living tongue in Peru and Bolivia, is really a branch of the great Aryan or Indo-European speech. I quote Andrew Lang's summary on the proofs of this point. Owl-headed vase, Troy. Señor Lopez's view that the Peruvians were Aryans who left the parent stock long before the Teutonic or Hellenic races entered Europe is supported by arguments drawn from language, from the traces of institutions, from religious beliefs, from legendary records and artistic remains. The evidence from language is treated scientifically, and not as a kind of ingenious guessing. Señor Lopez first combats the idea that the living dialect of Peru is barbarous and fluctuating. It is not one of the casual and shifting forms of speech produced by nomad races. To which of the stages of language does this belong? The agglutinative, in which one root is fastened on to another, and a word is formed in which the constitutive elements are obviously distinct, or the inflectional, where the auxiliary roots get worn down and are only distinguishable by the philologist. As all known Aryan tongues are inflectional, Señor Lopez may appear to contradict himself when he says that Quichua is an agglutinative Aryan language. But he quotes Mr. Max Müller's opinions that there must have been a time when the germs of Aryan tongues had not yet reached the inflectional stage, and shows that while the form of Quichua is agglutinative, as in Turanian, the roots of words are Aryan. If this be so, Quichua may be a linguistic missing link. When we first look at Quichua with its multitude of words beginning with hu and its great preponderance of q's, it seems almost as odd as Mexican. But many of these forms are due to a scanty alphabet and really express familiar sounds, and many, again, result from the casual spelling of the Spaniards. We must now examine some of the forms which Aryan roots are supposed to take in Quichua. In the first place, Quichua abhors the shock of two consonants. Thus, a word like plou in Greek would be unpleasant to the Peruvian's ear, and he says plui, I sail. The plou, again, in pluma, the feather, is said to be found in pelu, to fly. Quichua has no v any more than Greek has, and just as Greeks had to spell Roman words beginning with v with ou, like Valerius, Valerius, so where Sanskrit has v, Quichua has sometimes hu. Here is a long list of words in hu. Quichua, followed by Sanskrit. Huaquia, to call. Vach, to speak. Huasi, a house. Vas, to inhabit. Hurara, air. Aura, va, to breathe. Huasa, the back. Vas, to be able. Pourvir. There is a Sanskrit root, kur, to act, to do. This root is found in more than 300 names of people and places in South America. Thus there are the Caribs, whose name may have been of the same origin as that of our old friends the Carians, and mean the braves, and their land the home of the braves, like Kalevala in Finnish. The same root gives Kara, the hand, the Greek zer, and Kakali, the brave, which a person of fancy might connect with Kalos. Again, Quichua has an alphabet privative, thus a, stani, means I change a thing's place, for ni or mi is the first person singular, and added to the root of a verb is the sign of the first person of the present indicative. For instance, can means being, and can mi or kani is I am. In the same way, Munanmi or Munani is I love, and Apanmi or Apani I carry. So Lord Strangford was wrong when he supposed that the last verb in me lived with the last patriot in Lithuania. Peru has stores of a grammatical form which has happily perished in Europe. It is impossible to do more than refer to the supposed Aryan roots contained in the glossary, but it may be noticed that the future of the Quichuan verb is formed in s, I love, Munani, I shall love, Munasa, and that the affixes denoting case in the noun are curiously like the Greek prepositions. The resemblance between the Quichua and Mandan words for I or me will here be observed. Very recently, Dr. Rudolf Falb has announced, Neue Freie Presse of Vienna, that he has discovered that the relation of the Quichua and Aymara languages to the Aryan and Semitic tongues is very close; that, in fact, they exhibit the most astounding affinities with the Semitic tongue, and particularly the Arabic, in which tongue Dr. Falb has been skilled from his boyhood. Following up the lines of this discovery, Dr. Falb has found 1. A connecting link with the Aryan roots, and 2. has ultimately arrived face to face with the surprising revelation that the Semitic roots are universally Aryan. The common stems of all the variants are found in their purest condition in Quichua and Aymara, from which fact Dr. Falb derives the conclusion that the high plains of Peru and Bolivia must be regarded as the point of exit of the present human race. Since the above was written, I have received a letter from Dr. Falb, dated Leipzig, April 5, 1881. Scholars will be glad to learn that Dr. Falb's great work on the relationship of the Aryan and Semitic languages to the Quichua and Aymara tongues will be published in a year or two. The manuscript contains over 2,000 pages, and Dr. Falb has devoted to it 10 years of study. A work from such a source, upon so curious and important a subject, will be looked for with great interest. But it is impossible that the Quichuas and Aymaras could have passed across the wide Atlantic to Europe if there had been no stepping stone in the shape of Atlantis, with its bridge-like ridges connecting the two continents. It is, however, more reasonable to suppose that the Quichuas and the Aymaras were a race of emigrants from Plato's island than to think that Atlantis was populated from South America. The very traditions to which we have referred as existing among the Peruvians, that the civilized races were white and bearded, and that they entered or invaded the country, would show that civilization did not originate in Peru, but was a transplantation from abroad, and only in the direction of Atlantis can we look for a white and bearded race. In fact, kindred races, with the same arts and speaking the same tongue in an early age of the world, separated in Atlantis and went east and west. The one to repeat the civilization of the mother country along the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, which, like a great river, may be said to flow out from the Black Sea, with the Nile as one of its tributaries, and along the shores of the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf, while the other emigration advanced up the Amazon and created mighty nations upon its headwaters in the valleys of the Andes and on the shores of the Pacific. End of Part 5, Chapter 5. Recording by Mark Apfelstadt, Parlin, New Jersey, www.marc-a.com.